If you mean that you didn't have enough, then we can understand what you're saying.
Does that make sense or it don't make sense? Do
If
you see what I did there, though?
if what?
Do you see what I did there?
I think
One of the things I know I'm not going into convincing, but one of the definitions of satisfying is giving fulfillment. You have to have enough. We're back to the word enough again. So, for example, you give me $200 when me think at $300 you should have given me. I am not satisfied because I'm not convinced that the amount where me should have get you give me.
We know that.
So if you're saying the meal can be satisfying, but me not satisfied if it is in the context that I didn't think I got the right amount, then yeah. But no one.
Then why should the meal was satisfying?
It satisfies meaning that it is good. That is one of the other things.
Yeah.
It gives pleasure, but it wasn't enough.
Okay,
All right.
I'll move on. Zidane,
Yes.
you got ample time. So did you come up with the points? Because remember, I tell you, you can't have bob and weave and black punches,
What are you talking
To
about?
win a fight, you need to throw punches and land punches.
What are you talking about now?
In terms of LeBron James versus Michael Jordan, can you tell us the points as to why?
I've said this every year for 6
Yeah,
years
man.
now.
So just do it again.
Yeah, man. Over his career, LeBron James is more dominant than Michael Jordan to me.
Okay, so I can say over the years, Allen Iverson was more dominant than LeBron James.
Yeah, but then if you debate me, that would destroy you though.
No, but you need to come up with points.
No, man, I don't have to,
Point.
me, I don't have to.
On your resume.
No, if
you
you
have no point?
hold on, a G-Star. If you tell me that Allen Iverson over his career is more dominant than LeBron James, I will embarrass you.
Okay.
Conversing, I'm saying
How
no.
would you
When
embarrass
me says so no about LeBron James, you can't embarrass me.
No, how would you embarrass me?
Because I would point out to you that the man shooting percentage is ordinary compared to LeBron James.
Okay.
He takes a lot of bad shots. He doesn't. He's not a great rebounder. He's not a great passer, and he doesn't impact the game as much. So
basically, all you're telling me is a whole bunch of subjective.
No, man, I could break that down objectively
So
for
why
you.
don't you break down LeBron James versus?
No, it's you who challenge me, sir.
No, I don't need to challenge.
Because
No, you need to. If you said something on,
don't understand this,
years,
man.
hold on, no. If you've claimed something on
You-
years, and you mean to say in all this
Me
time
understand.
you haven't come up with one single.
Me think LeBron is a better.
point?
Hold on, me think LeBron is a better scorer.
No,
I
don't
bet.
think.
Hold on, my
No,
boss.
don't think.
That is not my opinion, G-Star. Me I give.
No, you didn't tell me what's on your resume. All right, let me give you an example.
No,
Hold on,
G-Star.
time out. Just give me a second,
G-Star. You cannot tell me,
Just
Christopher.
give me a
G-Star.
second.
No.
Hold on, my boss.
You said I must tell you what is on the. I'm
Hold
saying
on,
you
hold on,
cannot
my
tell me how to determine who is greater than who, my boss.
Hold on, man.
You do it your way, I do it my way.
Hold on, we're coming back.
Hold on, we're coming back.
Importers, submit proper invoices to customs to reduce delays in clearing shipments. Visit www.jacustoms.gov.jm for details. The temperature by the Jamaica Customs Agency is
29 degrees Celsius in New Kingston.
Your taxes hold the
Let's
lead.
get digital this tax season. File and pay your final income tax return for 2022 and estimated return for 2023 due on March 15 with tax support in so many ways. Start connecting with us through our web hub at jamaicatax.gov.jm, Customer Care Center 888 Tax Help or Special Taxpayer Assistance Program. Tutorials available online. All income tax returns, including individual, must be filed online and on time by March 15. Tax Administration Jamaica, changing the way we do business.
The Jamaica Anti-Doping Commission JADCO needs your help to eliminate doping and keep sport clean. If you have concerns about any doping activity, you can share the information with JADCO anonymously. The information you share will be treated with the highest level of confidentiality. Make the right call if you see something, say something. Protect clean sport. Protect our legacy. To report doping activity, call 888-429-5232 or visit the JADCO website at jadco.gov.jm. A message from the Jamaica Anti-Doping Commission.
We may be all over the world, but we're still in this together. Babe, make it easy for you get your money. So if you have to get a thing from your brother or mommy, hey, it's a not Insta, it's a MoneyGram. Zoom, Ria, check your phone, your money land. VNBS money transfer. Safer, faster, easier. Sign up for VNBS direct to bank account transfer today. No matter step out, feet in the line, straight in your account, money reach long time. VNBS money transfer.
You're listening to Jamaica's first and number one daytime sports calling show, The Sports Desk on Omega Radio.
All right, back with it, G-Star, yeah.
So let me just explain this to the nation, right? And those listening abroad as well. When we're talking about resume, if we get two prospective candidates...
Hold
on, man. You can cut me off.
No, not we. No, I'm just correcting you. Not we. You are talking about resume.
Okay, but that's greatness. When we speak about greatness, we speak about resume.
No, but I can't go through all of the resume of LeBron James and Michael Jordan, my boss. That whole heap of thing
No, go through the things that makes him the greatest.
Yeah, but...
to have points. Anyways,
everything adds up. Yes, go ahead.
When you have two resumes, people, right? You're a boss or you're an employer and you're looking to hire two people. And you're looking at a resume because you don't know what them look like. You're going to look at job experience. You're going to look at where they went to school. You're going to look at their GPA average. You're going to look at those things on the resume to say, you know what, I'm going to hire this person over this person because they have more experience, etc., etc., etc. One resume is better than the other. When it comes to basketball and greatness, people, that is how we judge greatness. Through resume.
All right.
And hold on, since you're talking about Jordan, there's a brother by the name of Michael B. Jordan. And he started in one of the Wakanda Forever. What's it called again? Anyways, but he has a famous line. It says, "Is this your king?" People, is Zidane your king? He can come up with 0 points as to but didn't I say this was going to happen?
G-Star, yeah,
come up with 0 points.
But I made points. You're unable to count. You're unable to counter my points, boss. So you're just rambling on and not saying anything special.
Let me just ramble my resume for Jordan and just call it a day. Michael Jordan has better numbers. That's on the resume, right? Slightly better, but it is better. So when we're talking about LeBron James and numbers...
No, but that is false, my boss.
All right, so come on.
That is the point I'm making.
Based on your interpretation.
No, it's not the interpretation, it's facts.
No, it's not a fact.
No, it's not a fact
that he has better numbers, my boss.
Okay, it is a fact.
No, G-Star.
All right. He has more championships. 6 championships.
No, well, I don't...
LeBron James went to the finals 10 times, won 4, which is good. When you're going against Larry Bird, when you're going against Magic Johnson.
Yeah, I don't... That's the point.
When you're going against Michael...
And G-Star, that's the point I was making. I don't count championships. So me and you, that's why I'm saying what you use, I don't use.
You're in a fantasy land.
G-Star,
basketball player
is a short show, and is that topic where you answer then?
Yeah, I am not saying anything special.
Hold on, my final point. Michael Jordan has more MVPs in limited time. So those are 3 things that are literally underrated.
Okay. Has anybody else has more MVPs than LeBron?
If anybody has more MVPs
outside of Jordan?
I would think Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Okay.
And Bill Russell has 4 just like LeBron.
I think all of them great are just as great. All right.
Notice I said 3 things. Now,
all right, big up yourself.
As I said,
G-Star.
Ordinary
G-Star, we gone, man.
Yeah, man, cool.
Short show. Speaking about short, the next caller is Short Boss. Hello?
Yeah, man, big up on yourself, man.
Big up Short Boss.
For October last year, 18 October, I first thing I called back.
Oh, yeah.
18th October. Yes.
Last year. A year ago now, I didn't pick up the show. I couldn't find it on the station. They are going on. Mount CLM and Diego. I used to talk show, I don't know, picking talk show. Big man thing. Carman is the back and forward like a back and belly rat thing. Can't work with them style. Because first day, I listen to Mount CLM Company. Carico brings her. Bag of food talking. The man making point, Mr. Higgins, Mr. Matthews, want to make fun of point. You stick to your point and the man also stick to him point. You understand? Me out just sign a radar and I listen. Mount CLM.
Why do I feel?
Love that,
why do I feel as if it's because the other man is getting battered and bruised in this argument? Why you sound so?
No, man, then if you get battered and bruised, it's a fee fault, big man, enough for me fault.
Then you have a big fee, my boss.
No, but when I say, I beg fee, me can't matter, listen to the talk show, and the man I take it from this or company, and I take it from this.
I feel like I'm sorry fee. You want to ease him up?
He better then.
Because we mash him up bad for the argument till him all be dishonest and change the argument and all them things.
Yeah, me know all of that.
We're going to ease him up. Short boss, we're going to ease him up.
Yeah, man. Because I listen to the 2 program. You understand? I can't bother with the full thing. Because when I hear it, I turn off my radio.
And next man come this man and says, Zidane, don't stop embarrass the man, a good youth. So we disgrace him on national radio. We intellectual level, they're far ahead of him, my boss. When a man go say, every time a team wins, you play I did enough. I only make 2 ducks, first ball ducks as a note in both innings, and the team win. He did enough. He didn't do nothing, or can he be doing enough, and he didn't do nothing as a batsman?
Listen, film objective part of speech is enough,
What is required? And then he's the one who went and mentioned the meaning of the word, doing what is required, what is asked of you, So what is required of batsmen? Not to make runs, remember? So if you make double ducks off a one ball each in every inning, you don't do nothing, remember? You didn't do what was required of you to make what it is to make runs.
Yeah, because I don't feel like you don't make no runs.
So how can you then say on national radio with another steward beside him that, no, let me retract that. Another man beside him saying that once you win, you did enough. It's embarrassing, my boss, to hear adult men talking like that.
So, Mr. Higgins,
I am here. Shot boss. Shot boss. I am here.
Let's leave and give thanks, man.
All right, Shot boss.
Big up yourself.
Me call again and chat.
All right, big up Shot boss.
All right.
I'll see you right.
Who we have done? Remember? Sure shot.
Yeah, sure shot. So
okay.
Yeah, we can get in more cars today, quick and short and spicy.
Yeah, man. Send through whoever you have, man.
Which game are carrying, by the way? Dortmund, Chelsea?
I'm not sure,
Yeah, that should be a good game. Oh, is it MU?
MU.
Hello?
Yes, how you do, MU?
Yeah, what was it that?
We're here.
Yeah. Why me feel disrespect Orville and Zidane? God knows.
You feel disrespect?
Yeah.
Or disrespected?
I'm on the line and I don't see the line cut off and I try to explain a local thing.
Man, didn't we wrap the call yesterday with you?
Huh?
We wrapped the call and said we were running out of time.
No, but in the day, we shouldn't get cut off.
No, we didn't cut you off.
Eh?
We didn't cut you off.
Yeah, man, we get cut off.
Hold on, was he the last call yesterday?
No, he was the one before the last call.
MU, we not plan for disrespect, man. Nobody with that.
Yeah, man, nobody with that.
I know one of them things there.
Man, I licks them when you get yesterday. MU.
Just like how you said nobody can convince them.
And beat a team.
Me not convinced with the part there because you still have player without them. A team suffer and the team no win.
Yeah, but may I ask you, can that one man alone beat the team? Beat the next team?
No, one man alone, but see, when I on the pitch or off the pitch, it can affect the team.
I agree, but MU, me agree. Me agree, so man more important than man for teams.
And one influence can be greater than the other.
Yeah, man, I know that way I say MU. Of course, you have man more important than man for team. No, but him can't win a game by himself, MU. Cristiano Ronaldo, who is your baller, if you put him one against Manning's D-Cup team,
Manning's D-Cup team going to beat him.
All right, that's it, bro. Zidane with, what name? LeBron, right?
Yes.
How much fight a LeBron player?
10.
You know?
10.
How much of them him win?
He would have been a part of the winning team 4 times.
Yeah. So you feel if LeBron never there at the side when them win, you feel like them would have win?
Our Father who art in
No. If you remove him and the side remain the same,
MU,
they wouldn't get to the final.
Yeah.
MU.
Yeah.
MU. Which part are you there, MU?
Eh?
Where are you right now?
I'm on the road.
MU.
Yeah.
One man can be very important to a team.
Yeah, more important.
Last time I said this. More important than everybody else. But he still needs a little help.
Yes.
From the others. Him alone can't do enough to beat another team. Do you understand that, MU?
Yeah. For example, you mentioned LeBron James.
No, hold on. Look like we're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Do you understand that, MU? Huh?
All right.
Yeah.
Oh,
you understand.
But you understand what I said?
Yeah, me understand what you say.
You understand? Say, although him is your key man, him alone, put him alone on the field. Him are going to lose. Him are going to need, if him is a forward, him are going to need defenders. And him are going to need goalkeepers. And if he's a midfielder, him going to need forward and things. So him alone can do it, but him can be very influential. So when I say no one man can do enough by himself, you understand the point now?
Okay.
Oh, there is a God. Wonderful.
Well, it take him 2 days. A day and a half.
Well,
not
better late than never.
All right.
Good.
Big up.
All right.
As me I say, we never like that.
No, man,
nothing
was deliberate, man. I can't even remember what happened yesterday.
All right, Emu, big up. Make sure him answer in the same garden. We don't have him saying because
yeah, all right.
All right. We take a break, Sean. That's what we do. We take the break. We're coming back.
Omega Radio now presents Sports in a Minute. It's sponsored by Edgechem, Enibet, and Dangel's Auto Spares and Accessories. Police have begun an investigation into a video appearing to show Memphis Grizzlies player Ja Morant holding a gun in a Colorado nightclub. The All-Star guard has apologized following a live broadcast on his Instagram page on Saturday and has been suspended for at least 2 games. Local police are now investigating whether the 23-year-old broke gun laws. They confirmed the incident occurred in Glendale near Denver and are investigating the matter. That is Sports in a Minute. Omega Radio has just presented Sports in a Minute, sponsored by Edgechem for people who dream in color. Enibet, your best bet, reminds you to bet responsibly. And Dangel Auto Spares and Accessories Limited at 20 Balmoral Avenue in Kingston.
Spectrum Insurance Brokers pride themselves in being professionals in the field of insurance broking, claim settlement, and risk management services for over 35 years. We offer a wide range of insurance services including motor, property, liability, accident, life and international health for individuals and companies at competitive rates. Call 926-3572 or visit 7.5 Haining Road, Kingston 5 or shop number 3, James Plaza, Mandeville. Call 625-6804 or visit online spectrumjamaica.com. Spectrum Insurance Brokers, setting the industry standards.
KFC, we still are doing big. Work hard every day with determination. Anything you set your mind to, you do it big. No underestimate your potential. You are a real big deal and you must win. SPICE in your area. KFC with the taste and the flavor. We are big deals, so that we are hard and we do big things. We know
KFC still are doing big. KFC Big D. Enjoy 3 pieces of delicious chicken, fries, and a Pepsi. Because big dreamers need a big deal. Just bet!
It's now time for Just Bet Winner's Edge, where we take a look at some of the top sporting events and betting odds on the Just Bet sports betting program and show you how to bet and win big with Just Bet. Sponsored by Just Bet, Jamaica's #1 sports betting game. From Supreme Ventures, offering the best betting odds and the fastest payouts on the market. Just Bet, your game, your passion. Well, I tell you, that first half an hour really came and went pretty quickly. Now we have Jesse Blake. Jesse Blake.
Yes, sir. Present, Mr. Higgins. How you doing?
I am not too bad, man. Good to have you. Good to have you.
Man. Excellent to be here yet again, man. Another great week of football ahead of us, my friend. Can't wait to get to those odds.
All right, let's start with some Champions League games. Yep. And we're looking at the first one. Bayern Munich versus PSG. This is a mouth-watering prospect. Let's hear your views.
Absolutely. This is the second leg of their round of 16 encounter, folks. The game kicks off tomorrow at 3 p.m. local time. Bayern Munich, they've only lost one of their last 23 competitive matches. They're yet to taste defeat at home this season. PSG responded to their 1-0 loss to Bayern in the first leg of this tie with 3 successive wins as they beat Lille, Marseille, and Nantes. They scored 11 goals in the process. Now, with Lionel Messi and Kylian Mbappe in rampant form, I'm sure they believe that they can overturn that 1-goal deficit. However, as we said, Bayern Munich have been almost unstoppable. Well, they haven't lost at home this season. This could be a very entertaining match come tomorrow. Of course, at the Allianz Stadium in Germany. Let's go to the odds. Bayern Munich at home and favored to win with that imperious home form. They're favored to win. According to the Just Bet final result bet option, Bayern Munich the favorite at $1.83. PSG coming at $3.50, and the draw attracts odds of $4.25. Now, folks, the final result bet option showcases odds on each team to win and the odds on the draw. It's a simple, basic, straight-up option. Of course, that's one of our plethora of betting options that we have available at Just Bet for one half of football or for the entire game. We encourage you to visit justbetja.com or JustBet location near you to find out the many ways that you can exploit the various betting options and win big with us at JustBet. Here's one good way. Take advantage of the correct score betting. How does it work? If you think you can predict the score of a game and that's the correct score at the end of regulation and stoppage time, well, it can be very lucrative for you. Some of the options that you can exploit for Bayern Munich versus PSG tomorrow at 3 include, if it's Bayern by 2-0, a $500 bet pays $6,000 in winnings. Bayern Munich 3-1 pays marginally better, $6,500 on offer with a $500 bet. Bayern blanking PSG by 3-0 would return $9,000 in winnings for your $500 bet. Now, for Paris Saint-Germain, correct score bets include, if they win by 1-0, a $500 bet pays a cool $9,000 in winnings. Even better, if PSG knocks off Bayern Munich by 2-0, that pays $13,000 in winnings with a $500 bet. Folks, you can bet on a draw as a correct score bet as well. A 2-all draw in this game, for example, nets you $6,000 even with a $500 bet. Do remember, you can place a correct score bet on any correct score that you can dream up. By the way, shout out to the folks that hit it big on that Liverpool versus Manchester United game. I digress. But for this game, I don't know. PSG 3-2, $10,500 on offer with a $500 bet. Upset time, PSG, $3.50. Straight up.
I'm going for a 1-all draw.
You're going for a 1-all draw in this game?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the 1-all draw in this encounter pays $4,200 in winnings with a $500 bet.
All right, and then the other one we're looking at is Tottenham versus AC Milan.
Yeah, man, this one kicks off also in the round of 16. Also a second leg matchup. Of course, AC Milan, they hold serve. They come into this one with a 1-0 advantage. Tottenham, well, they do face that uphill task to secure that quarterfinal spot. Spurs, they've lost 4 of their last 6, so they've won their last 3 at home. They've kept a clean sheet in each of those 3 victories. Well, AC Milan saw their 4-game winning streak end on Saturday. They fell to a 2-1 loss at Fiorentina. Well, the Italian side, they failed to win 4 of the last 5 away matches. But they know if they can avoid defeat here, that will definitely book them through to the quarterfinal round of the UEFA Champions League. Let's get to the odds. Tottenham is favored to win according to the Just Bet final result bet option. They attract odds of $1.95 to win. AC Milan, the underdog, $3.75 straight up. The draw at $3.50. Folks, do remember you won't find a better sports betting option in the betting market. Correct score betting, if you want to maximize on your winning potential, this is how you do it. Now, correct score bets that you can place on this game include Tottenham 1-0, $3,500 on offer with a $500 bet. Tottenham 2-0, $4,500 in winnings with a $500 bet. Now, for AC Milan, of course, a number of correct score bets you can place on AC Milan, including if they win 2-1, $6,500 on offer with a $500 bet. AC Milan by 2-0 would net you a cool $10,000 in winnings with only $500 work. A 1-all draw in this game would pay $3,250 in winnings with a $500 bet. A 2-all draw, though, you're looking at $8,000 in winnings with a $500 bet. For me, a 2-all draw in this game, $8,000 on offer with a $500 bet. Taking the draw, $3.50 straight up.
Well, I'm going with a draw as well, but I'm not going to. I'm not seeing 4 goals. So for me, just as the Bayern versus PSG game, can't separate these two for this one. Too close to call. I'm going also with another 1-all draw.
All right. Well, $3,250 for your $500 work, sir.
And the final game is Manchester United versus Real Betis.
That's right.
Is it Betis or Betis?
Betis. This is it's Spanish.
The S is pronounced. All right.
So the S is pronounced in Spanish.
Man U versus Real Betis.
All right, great. Now, this is in the Europa League, folks. This game takes place Thursday, 3 p.m. local time. United fans will definitely want to watch this one to see their team try to bounce back in a big way after that 7-0 mauling that they suffered last Sunday. Well, they did against a Real Betis team that's on a 4-match unbeaten run, right? They actually played to a draw against Real Madrid on the weekend. Here it is, though, that you can expect a number of changes to be made. That's what we're hearing thus far in terms of the sporting news ahead of this matchup. Eric Ten Hag will definitely bring the changes in after their weekend performance. So, let's see if United can bounce back. And according to the final result bet option, they are favored to do so at $1.43. Real Betis come in $7 even for the upset. Wow. And the draw attracts odds of $4.50. Now, correct score bets that you can place on this game include: if Man U wins 2-0, a $500 bet pays $3,500 in winnings. Manchester United 3-0, $4,500 on offer with a $500 bet. United 3-1, $5,500 there with a $500 bet. Now, for the Spanish outfit, Real Betis, correct score bets include: if they win, make it 2-1, $10,500 on offer with a $500 bet. If Real Betis can beat Manchester United by 3-2, that would pay actually $35,500 in winnings with a $500 bet. But even better than that is if Real Betis beats Manchester United by 3-1, that pays $40,500 in winnings with a $500 bet. Tell me where you can get a better return for your betting buck in the sports betting market. It is the Just Bet correct score betting. That's how you really cash in to make the winnings nice and great. For me, though, Manchester United bouncing back for me, man. They're at home, taking them to win. Make it 3-1, $5,500 on offer with a $500 bet. United to win $1.43 straight up.
Man U to win 2-1.
Yeah, man. Yeah. That's about right, too.
Yeah, I think they'll bounce back from what happened the other day.
Yeah, United 2-1 in this game would pay $4,000 even with a $500 bet.
All right, take us to the break. Well, probably not quite to the break, because it's only 1:40, but your final words.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Of course, a lot of great matches being played now in the world of tennis. The ATP Tour is on in earnest. Wow, the NBA games, they're getting greater and greater as we head to the playoff break. Wow, this is getting really good for basketball fans right now. Make it justbetja.com or just bet location near you. Get in the game, of course. Football Champions League games start today. Chelsea, I believe, takes on Borussia Dortmund, among other Champions League games coming up a bit later this afternoon. Cricket, golf, you name it. Make it justbetja.com or just bet location near you. And hats off to all those getting in the game and winning big with us at Just Bet. And if you're not in the game just yet, why not? Take a flutter. And hey, you may be smiling all the way to the bank. Orville, always a pleasure catching you inside the Winner's Edge on the Sports Desk here on Omega Radio. To you, your team, and the listeners, from all of us at Just Bet, stay safe, enjoy the games. Catch you later in the week, my friend. Take care till then.
All right. Big up thyself, my boss. That was Jesse Blake with... Yeah. Jesse Blake with our Just Bet feature. Just Bet! That was the Just Bet Winner's Edge, sponsored by Just Bet, Jamaica's #1 sports betting game from Supreme Ventures, offering the best betting odds and the fastest payouts on the market. Just Bet, your game, your passion. For more information, visit justbetja.com.
Tracy, who you go give on now?
You're too fast. Hey, me I got Jotex now for buy up my sugar bun, wine slice, bulla, coffee strip, and marble cake, plus some raisin bread, banana cake, and the best rock cake for the pitney them.
Me can get some?
No, go buy your own. Hey.
Jotex Bakery. Visit 20 Gold Street, Kingston, or call 922-5768. Open Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Delivery island-wide. Jotex Bakery. So nice, so right.
Conditions apply.
The music from Yabba's Sunshine JA album is hailed by the press release as the sweetest reggae album to come out of Jamaica in recent years. Written and produced by Tony Steins, CEO of Yabba Music, Sunshine JA is available for download from all major platforms: Spotify, Amazon, Apple Music, CD Baby, iTunes, Deezer, and Snapchat. Feel good music for all occasions. A must for your playlist. Also available on CD.
Give a little, a lick something. US $1 JD 150 every time you receive a remittance from Lasco Money Transfer to sponsor a social project selected by the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. Say, I want to donate $1 to the cashier. Donations accepted at these locations: 38.5 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10, 15 Chandos Place, Poppin Square, Kingston 10, and Shop 203 Bay West Shopping Center, 3 St. James Street, Montego Bay.
You're listening to Jamaica's first and #1 daytime sports calling show, The Sports Desk, on Omega Radio.
Who's that? Dwight? All right. Welcome.
God of mercy. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, yes, Dwight.
Gentlemen, how are you doing?
Not bad today.
Oh, man. I just don't understand why I need to come back and explain something that is so basic and obvious to you, Zidane and Orville. You really don't understand the point I made yesterday?
No.
Or is that a joke thing?
No.
No, man. So, Zidane, you don't believe that a player can play in a game, so like a game of football, and he played well, but what he did was not enough to win.
That's not the argument, though.
That is what I came on here and said yesterday.
You believe the argument was whether a player played well, but...
Hey. What did I say I didn't come to talk about? I didn't come here to talk about Oral Tracy.
I never said anything.
I came and I presented an
you're
argument
creating
to understand how somebody can say that a player that a player did, in his opinion, a player has done enough. And I thought, how do you get to this place of saying that a player has done enough? That was where all of this came from.
I was wondering, how can a player do enough?
Yeah, you were saying that a player has done enough.
Yes.
Yeah, and I said there is no such thing.
Oh, because we are right where we want to be now.
Yeah, man.
So you're saying there's no such thing as a player
There's no such thing except for 2 exceptions.
What are those 2 exceptions?
2 exceptions is, one, when what is required of the player is highly humanly improbable, Zin, and right up to a world record we know it's probable. You know, anything beyond that is highly humanly improbable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
So if I go
and the next exception is if he's required to do something that's impossible based on the rules of the game. So if you're a gymnast, you're playing team gymnastics, and you are required to score 12 for your team to win, then you have been set an impossibility. So you can't, even if you did all that you could do, you will not win that.
Okay, so if a goalkeeper doesn't concede any goals and the team get knocked out, they drive a game, what more could he have done?
Yeah, he could. The goalkeeper is allowed to score goals.
Oh.
So for the
and I'm asking you a question. In football, is the goalkeeper allowed to score goals?
No, man, just answer the question. Don't ask me.
No, in football, is the goalkeeper allowed to score goals?
Yes.
And the goalkeeper is allowed to create assists?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So the goalkeeper could have done more.
Okay.
All right, cool.
Cool. For a goalkeeper to do...
So yesterday now, Orville,
yes.
You come to me asking me about a cricketer who make two ducks. Is that a real point?
Yes.
A batsman.
A cricketer make 2 ducks. On a cricket team.
No, it's not a cricketer.
And
it's not a cricketer, man. A top order batsman.
A front, opening batsman.
Yes, indeed.
Make 2 ducks.
Yes, first ball.
Yeah, man. He make 2 first ball ducks.
Yes.
All right.
Did he do enough?
wait, no, man.
Did he do enough as a
Lord
batsman?
of mercy. Even though I'm trying to set this thing up, Zidane, you keep coming in. All right, you talk, Zidane.
Did he do enough as a batsman? 2 first ball ducks as an opener.
He did what was enough to win the game.
Which was 0.
No, Zidane, no, make it up. The man who make 2 ducks did enough.
Don't laugh.
This is the greatest show on
No.
earth.
Are you finished laughing?
Don't take me a while to
Zidane,
finish
are you
laughing.
finished laughing?
Continue, do it.
Okay.
Do you
so
think,
said
do I?
that- So his team won the game, right, Zidane?
Yes.
Tell me how many more runs he needed to score to win the game.
No, man, his team bailed him
No.
out.
You said he did not do enough to win the game.
He did nothing.
No. Tell Radio how many more runs. Zidane, do not run.
Allow me to do it. Yes, do it.
Question.
Do it, I'm going to answer you. Do it, I'm going to answer you. Yes, do it.
Zidane.
Yes,
Zidane.
So why not give me a chance?
Zidane. No, because you're not answering my question. No,
I will
Zidane,
answer the question.
Yeah, that's the frustration.
You asked me a question, Zidane. I answered your question, allowed you to laugh.
I'm going to answer
and
now.
now I'm going to ask you a question.
Allow me to answer the question.
No, but answer the question. How many more runs was this batsman was supposed to score?
No more.
So that his team could win. How many more runs the team wanted from him?
No, they want
the team no want nothing more from the opener.
You sure? But you said that he did not do enough for his team to win.
He didn't do anything in the game.
No.
But
let's get to it.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Zidane.
So how can you say he did enough?
Let me ask
just
you a
give
question.
Dwight winning, man. Once you get Dwight, first the man will make 2 ducks.
Okay. Let me make
first ball.
You for just know him now. Hey, Zidane, you know what great lawyers do?
I am listening.
Great lawyers just ask you a question, make you make a fool of yourself, and then say you're a witness. Me not. Once you get
All
the
right,
right,
Orville, you're a witness.
No. Once you get the right to say, I first answer something. Once you get a man on the radio to say
Something
a man
so
who
stupid.
makes 2 ducks did enough for his team. You don't feel nothing more, my boy.
No, man. What you should say is tell us how many more runs he needed to make for his team to win. You said he did not do enough for his team.
All right, we gone.
Let me ask a question.
You really got to go on, man.
No, let me ask a question, man. Zidane, you follow football, right? Zidane, you follow football, right?
I was supposed to next witness.
Okay,
Next witness, man.
So let's find out now. So my team is Harborview.
You're gone to football?
Yeah, but any team sport. Any team sport. But let's say my team...
You have 60 seconds. Short.
Yeah, man. It's Harborview. And we're supposed to play Chapelton Maroons. And Chapelton Maroons just filed any hide. And we show up for the football match, and nobody shows up for Chapelton Maroons. And the officials from the JFF say, we are awarding you the win for the game. Just so that I can understand, did my team do enough to win that game?
There was no game.
Did my team do enough to win?
There was no game.
Did my team...
The game was not played.
The winner of the game.
The game was not played, do I?
No. So wait. Let me ask you a question.
They were awarded.
There was no game. Let me ask you a question. Suppose I did not show up for the game. Would I have gotten the win?
Do I? You're struggling.
No.
Enough for this, man.
No. When argument reach, you can't respond.
Yeah, man. You kill him, man.
No. Suppose I did not show up for the game.
Do it. You win the argument. What more you want,
Oh, Lord. I can't believe this.
Yeah, you kill me.
You say you have me right here. Did I do enough to win that game?
All right. Let me say we have a short program.
Okay. So
Big up.
Big up, Dwight.
Big up.
They go try and find a response.
Big up, Dwight.
No, we're not going to
Yes.
No,
new caller.
We're not going to find a response.
Next call, man. This is joke. No, man. We have to move on from this man. We're still hearing him, you know. Yeah, man.
Yes, we talk again tomorrow.
We talk tomorrow again. All right, Diego.
No, this is the greatest story of laughter. I was like, about 40 years of listening to progress. What have you done to my elite? What have you done to my elite? No. I started a group of elite sports corners. I was understanding what my word
Diego, talk back with you.
Talk back with you, Diego. Talk on the phone, man.
Calm yourself, Godfather.
Yes.
What have you guys, are you hearing me?
Yes, we hear you now. Better.
What have you guys done to my elite group that I fought? Oh, you don't believe it. Zidane come in to come destroy them. The man said, you make 2 dogs. Shut up, thinking about you make 2 dogs. But they are not enough. So you don't have to do anything to that.
No, believe me. Diego, you know, so this arrival top 5 all time rugby.
Yes, Orville, it is.
You know, say, but me did that one about Dwight Chatto, you know. A man make 2 ducks in that 2 innings game, and he did enough to help his team win the game.
As a batsman.
As a batsman. You know.
This arrival on your favorite caller, Ulrich. Same probability like Messi to score for that team.
Yeah, no man, a serious thing, man.
No man, this is top 5.
It hurt me more when it's me Leeds doing it, Baggio, and then no Dwight Chatto. That's what troubles me.
Diego, this man are basically saying, if a defender score 4 own goals and him side win 5-4, the defender did enough in my boss as a defender.
When should I ask him if I'm defined enough?
You're the body winning side, you did it now.
Diego, enough is what is required of you, you know. A batsman is required to make runs, Diego. So if you make no runs in 2 innings, 2-1, you don't spend the time at the crease, you don't form a partnership, you did nothing. How can you be said to be doing enough? Because the team win?
So,
what can I look?
But when I was now, and I said, boy, was destroyed today, and even educate Diego, Southie educate Diego, that a host is now trying to trick people and go and change the argument just in this, the ego, and they need to win.
Yes.
And hold on, what Sharp Boss say? We must pet.
Yeah, Sharp Boss clearly feel sorry for him, my boss. Me know when the man him sound like him, want the man get them more beaten because he's being embarrassed.
So when Ulrika get beaten, Diego get beaten, St. Diego get beaten.
Yes.
Oh, Sharp Boss to come sorry for we.
Yes, I say he's off Ulrich now. I agree.
Yeah. Come on, man, Short Boss. We don't pet. First of all, we only pet women and children. So stop it, Short Boss. But hear this now for the people of Jamaica. You've been being tricked for so long. Even Diego has been tricked sometimes. When they go back and research to find words and come change the argument very subtle. Look at this subtle change, Zidane.
Yes.
Just imagine me and you have the job to lift a block. We're working for the great Baggio security firm.
Mm-hmm.
You have to lift one end and me have to lift one end, you know.
Yes.
But the task to be completed now, both of we have to lift above our head.
Mm-hmm.
No, you do your job and you lift above your head, you know. You lift above your head, you know.
Yes.
You can't get the bar, the thing crossing waist.
Mm-hmm.
So imagine I come to the boss.
I forget rid of Baggio. I forget rid of the man who can't lift it.
No, but we're going to come tell you, say.
No, him can't tell me say me. Him can't tell me say me not do enough. It's not me. Because both of us have to lift the block above our heads. I'm doing that and the other man has struggled to get past him waist. So I am doing, you know, even though ultimately we don't achieve a goal, you know. Because both of us have to put it up there, you know. But I am doing enough. Brilliant analogy, my boss.
It was not enough.
It was not enough, you know, but you who lift the thing above your head did enough, even though it eventually was not enough. So there's a subtle difference. Yes.
You know that one trick the people them to
yes, and tricking fans, my boss.
The one that come and say Mbappe him say
it was enough, which is true. Get me score 4 and we lose 5-4. The 4 goal, it wasn't enough.
There's a difference to be made between the performer and the performance.
Yes.
The performance, wasn't enough.
Wasn't enough. But the performer
did
enough. Yes.
Basic English.
When they get their beaten and they go amongst their friends and the friends them say, why? 1 week I get licked.
Change it.
Them go
yes.
Them come Monday morning after so much sports things have been going on and come back and say, Diego call me. Southie call me.
Management called me because why? They want to trick now to we to defend something different than the original thing
Yes.
that they were
There you go.
talking about.
All that you just said can be summed up in what I just said. There must be a distinction between the performer and the performance. The performance may not have been good enough to win the game.
No, but
the performer is different.
You still not get it enough.
My God.
The man changed the goalpost.
Oh, well, I wouldn't know.
Yeah, man.
You
Yeah.
still the debate with the man. That's what I tell you.
Yeah, man. I switch your argument, man.
Oh.
Come, and I say I call you them now.
We are talking about how he's disingen, but I will say you still enough time. You do that to Diego over the years and laugh after Diego Monday morning. After you go back and switch man Diego.
Yeah. But I don't know me what kind of thing.
You see one the sides I tell you, why do you want to be like my Messiah?
Yeah. What? Mama be calling me man and I say, stop trying to be like my Messiah, man. You used to cuss man when I use English words for debate sports. And I kind of, yes, man.
Mama be say that?
Yes. Below Messiah.
There you go. The whole world is finding out this man now. You know?
Boy, I tell you, man.
Take with a long. Take with a long to realize.
Big up, Diego.
But you're skillful. Can you skillful with it, you know?
No, sir.
No, skillful, but him get exposed.
Yes,
and then you are feeling like a blood now. Come and try to do it. Come copy you, so it come down for you to know how.
You copy me, yes.
Big up, Diego. Short program.
Big up. Say no more.
Yeah, man. Glad that Chateau could make you laugh, my boss.
You made ducks in 2 games. You didn't know.
That was a bad spot.
Bull.
Oh, break before we come to bull. We're coming back.
Get customized aluminum windows and doors at Hepburn's Glass Supplies, 13 Chisholm Avenue, Kingston 13. 10 years of experience guarantees satisfaction. Call or WhatsApp 876-773-4799. The time, courtesy of Hepburn's Glass Supplies, is 2 p.m.
Omega Radio now presents a health alert, sponsored by New Budget Supplies, always the best prices, and Bashco, the store that gives you more.
If you have fever, cough, and difficulty breathing, seek medical care early. Stay home if you feel unwell. If you have a fever, cough, and difficulty breathing, seek medical attention and call in advance. Follow the directions of your local health authority. National and local authorities will have the most up-to-date information on the situation in your area. Calling in advance will allow your healthcare provider to quickly direct you to the right health facility. This will also protect you and help prevent the spread of viruses and other infections.
Omega Radio has just presented a health alert, sponsored by New Budget Supplies, always the best prices, and Bashco, the store that gives you more.
You're listening to Omega Radio, the station of the stars, where Jesus Christ is a star. Thank you for listening.
You're listening to Jamaica's first and #1 daytime sports call-in show, The Sports Desk on Omega Radio.
All right, first musical selection brought to you by Edge Campaigns for People Who Dream in Color. This one is from Maxi Priest, Prayer for the World.
Not just another prayer, not just another song. When I look at the darkness all around us, I feel like I'm losing control. So many people who just don't know where to go. Listen to me now. Now the song goes unsung. Now the voice goes unheard. Ooh, I'm hanging on you every word. Say a prayer for the world. Only love can save us now. Say a prayer for the world. Believe said the world is my pillow, where I rest my weary head. I'm not afraid of dying, but I'm not thinking about leaving here. Oh no, and the voices learn to sit in silence. Now the flower grows in vain. We must learn to cultivate the garden. Oh yeah, say a prayer for the world. Only love can save us now. Say a prayer for the world. Believe that it's gonna be alright somehow. Every day it's a new day. Every day we start again. Say a prayer for the world and send all your love to all creation. Oh yeah. And when the darkness rolls in, there's a light still shining. Yeah. Oh yeah. Suspended here in twilights, there's a road I'm finding. Yeah. Oh
No, sir.
No, sir. Hey, welcome back. That was brought to you by, Maxi Priest, Prayer for the World. Brought to you by Edge Campaigns for people who dream in color. We got to Bull.
Bull.
Big up, man, them.
Where you, sir?
Now you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Boy, Chateau, do you ready, Abra? This is what happens when you come on the radio for one reason only. And it's to, not reason with logic, but to just be on the other side for being on the other side.
Yes, it seems so.
I'm not going to say it with no uncertain term. You sound like an idiot. All people get dropped from a test team, from a cricketing team, a batsman. Why do you get dropped?
Because they didn't do enough.
So if you are not making runs.
No. You use the word, man. Use it, man. You get dropped because you're not doing enough.
Well, I'm finished with that. So if West Indies was to go on a 10-game winning streak, then, and one of the batsmen, them, it is 10 games now. Be a one bar duck again. In fact, yes.
He would have been doing enough in team.
You can't drop him there. You can't drop him.
This is the logic of the elites. Well, some of the elites.
Saying, and big man thing, Orville and Zidane. This show shot. That man company radio with such rubbish.
That's why I tell Zidane don't argue. Once Zidane get him to say that, case closed. You said what the lawyer them love say. I have no more to say, Your Honor.
No more questions.
No more questions, Your Honor. You're not done with him when him said that. Huh?
Anyway, we'll talk about something I know. All right, so Jamaica dropped them squad today.
Yeah.
And I've been listening to the program and I want to hear. I was waiting to hear you all Zidane saying that you are not pleased with one particular person in the squad. Because based on what I've been hearing from you two guys, you believe that you're not supposed to be in the national team if you have not played any level of senior football.
I don't think it's ideal. You're talking about whisper.
I'm talking about whisper.
No,
practice match, no.
But hold on, yes, but hold on, a bull man. If a friendly man, bull, but hold on, a bull man. You can't come try that and want to get away, bull. If it's a friendly match, it doesn't matter to me.
No. Want me to tell you why it matters now? Because a couple of weeks back, I said, anytime we're playing against Bermuda and them little either side there, but we have picked the little local man them, we can give them.
Bermuda and our friendly.
Huh?
You said Bermuda and our friendly.
I said if we're playing some little joke matches.
No, man, as long as the game competitive, me have a problem.
I said that.
No, but no, you never said friendly, bull.
I said when we're playing against some joke matches, against some little.
No, man, as long as the game is competitive for points.
Hold on, let me tell you exactly what I said. When we're playing against some little joke side, when we're using mostly local based players, which for them can get at game if we believe them have the talent and use it and matches.
No, you don't pick senior team.
So how are you guys not bashing the fact that
boy, bull, you're not so far from
practice game.
You're not so far from Chateau, bull.
Yeah.
Practice game.
Yeah.
It's the national team game.
If this was a World Cup qualifier, I'd have a problem.
Yes.
No. Don't try that.
But why would you have a problem with a game that the points don't count? No?
I came on the
What is wrong with Bull?
These are the games that you need to play.
No, Bull. We could never take on that, Bull.
You said no. What are you telling me?
Bull, you're wrong and strong, my boss.
Oh, me wrong and strong. You, Zidane Matthews.
Bull, why would I have a problem with a man playing a friendly game?
I also brought up the case. If you say an international match or it might be a joke match, I say you have joke.
No. I was talking about you Bull. I remember now. You know, you were talking about competitive games, Bull.
No,
in the Nation League, yes, Bull. A Nation League game I talk about,
yeah,
but you're wrong.
A Nation
League you were talking about, not friendly. Don't try that, Bull.
If Jamaica, when Jamaica was playing against Bermuda in a joke game, when Bill Little Man come play.
What joke game?
That's a joke game.
What is a joke game?
If you're playing against Guyana and them little side there, that's a joke game.
Bull, you're struggling, Bull.
Oh,
you think Jamaica or Brazil come style the man against Guyana's joke game? I think Jamaica on the big side.
No. If you're playing against Bermuda,
no, but Bull, as far as my concern, you know,
it was a friendly.
Even if the coach, or me believe, say you can't pick a youth out of school for play competitive games. My argument was always that, you know, you say if you pick a little schoolboy, Western is a play and practice game, give him a game, it's not a problem, you know. When the real thing starts, you have to get the real people. But let us say, him pick him, and even this was a World Cup qualifier. It not changed my position, you know. I don't think generally that the principle is sound. Yeah, make it look like because my man I do it now, it is the right thing to do.
No, he said he wanted us to come out and say we have a problem.
Me not a problem, me not a practice game, my boss.
Why you want to rush the coach of our friendly match? You're supposed to be happy that we're not cussing the coach. I don't understand you.
A practice game, this man.
Hold on. So them 2 dates there, are they FIFA dates?
I don't think so, you know. No.
March 11 and 14.
No, they are not FIFA dates.
You're sure they're not FIFA?
No, they are not FIFA dates. That's why this squad is so filled with local players.
So now them game I said the man them to play some little joke game and use it and say, oh no.
No, Bull, no. You spoke about competitive games, boss.
I said when we're playing against some little joke side like Bert and
But Bull, the coach pick a man. All of them are playing a senior football regular. We not cuss the coach. Are you cuss we?
No. But
the color is the greatest. The color is the greatest. We not pressure the coach for picking him side. We say we don't have a problem with it. Are you vexed with me, Bull? You're not supposed to glad, Bull?
Me vexed because you tackle me one time and say, them game and the man to play. Tell me no.
All right, Bull, the short shot. I hear you.
Hey, them color are the greatest.
Yeah, man, the short shot.
The short shot. Bull, the short shot. Big up, man. We talk again tomorrow.
You say sorry and apologize to me.
No. We position not change.
All right, Bull.
We never kill the coach to put a young youth in our friendly international. Why not? You don't get the points. You don't lose the points. Garvey.
Am I there?
Yes, Garvey.
Zidane.
Yes.
Yesterday after me hang up, you throw it like a low blow. I have to call you out on it right away.
What is that? Oh, well, Larry Bird said if you compare LeBron James to nobody really.
This can't be coming from Christopher Flapfield.
No, me just tell you say.
Not the man who saying no listen to when no explain when it comes to them things.
No, you know why I brought?
Hey, and a Christopher Matthews this.
But you're gonna Garvey. That's true, you know. You're not supposed to matter what people say about. It's because the candidate himself or you put there in the mix and say, listen, no compare anybody to you. Look how we Garvey, man. You can't imagine me say Messi to go to Messi, yo, don't compare me to Pele, I'm greater than me. Me flap.
Self-praise is no recommendation. What about the fact that Michael Jordan tell LeBron James is not as good as Larry Bird? Does that hold any credence in your eyes?
No, but if LeBron James come and say, I am not as good as Michael Jordan, then me flap.
They just ask you a question, sir.
No, it's a different question that you're asking from what we're talking about. If my candidate come...
Them ask the man a question where if him did answer it, now the affirmative, how he would have looked. So if they come out and say, no, man, they're better than LeBron James.
No, man, would I say it, my boss?
Man, they don't say that.
You think Michael Jordan put nobody over him? Nobody Michael Jordan going to put over him.
Zidane?
Yes.
How do you determine who is a better offensive player in basketball? What are your criteria?
Scoring, efficiency, and your ability to create openings for your teammates. You combine both of them.
So who is a better offensive player? LeBron James or Magic Johnson?
LeBron.
Why you say that?
Because the gap between himself and the Magic as scorers is wider than them ability as passers. So me give LeBron over Magic.
All right. Orville, you listening?
Yes.
Let's compare LeBron James and Magic Johnson as offensive players.
Mm-hmm.
One averages 27 points a game, one averages 20 points a game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have a gap of 7 points a game right there, right?
Mm-hmm.
One averages 7 assists a game, the other averages 11 assists a game. No, an assist can only be credited to you when there's a made.
No, but that is why we have the argument yesterday. No, you are using the assist number to determine the gap in terms of their passing ability.
No, not only.
I am not.
There are two telltale numbers that you use when it comes to assist.
No,
you use assist and you use assist to turn over.
No, but what about the great passes that I make that doesn't count as assist or not or a turnover? Yeah. What happened to those?
Hold on. Are you going to say here that LeBron James attempted more difficult passes than...
No, I'm not talking about the level of... I'm saying it's closer than the scoring for me. I'm not saying it's better.
Okay. So let me ask you this.
Yes.
Does the fact that Magic Johnson shoots a higher field goal percentage than LeBron James affect your thinking?
No, man. LeBron James is a much greater scorer. He have more different ways to score and he have more points per game and the shooting percentage basically the same.
Listen to these numbers, Orville. Even though he averages 7 points a game more than Magic Johnson, he averages 4 assists less than Magic Johnson. Not only that, Magic Johnson's assist to turnover ratio is more than 3-1. LeBron James is less than 2-1.
Explain to the listeners what is assist turnover ratio.
Every time it's the number where you divide the number of assists that you have by the numbers of turnovers that you commit.
But I'm saying the assist numbers and that assist to turnover ratio can be skewed.
There you go.
If I'm passing the ball accurately and you're not scoring the ball, then it gives a false reflection of my assist.
That's not a turnover.
No. I'm not talking about a turnover.
You're talking about assist.
I'm saying if I'm throwing the ball to you,
so you are alleging that the reason that Magic Johnson has more assists than LeBron James is because Magic Johnson's teammates are making better baskets than LeBron James' teammates?
What I'm saying is that it is not foolproof to use assists to determine who is the better passer.
What if I told you that Magic Johnson never played with a slam dunk Hall of Famer in the prime of
his career?
All right,
Garvey, I think Magic is the better passer, and I'm just saying the gap is not as wide as them as scorers. That's the point I make.
The fact that Magic Johnson is a better field goal percentage shooter and is also better at the free throw line, does that affect your weighing as who is a better offensive player?
No.
How?
Hold the line. We're coming back.
The JSC Group, Jamaica Stock Exchange, Jamaica Central Securities Depository Limited, and JCSD Trustee Services, providing a fair, efficient, and transparent stock market for over 45 years. The time by the Jamaica Stock Exchange Group is 2:15.
KFC, we still are doing big. Work hard every day with determination. Anything you set your mind to, you do it big. No underestimate your potential. You are a real big deal and you must win.
SPICE in your area. KFC with the taste and the flavor. We are big deals, so that we are hard and we do big things. We know
KFC still are doing big. KFC big deal. Enjoy 3 pieces of delicious chicken, fries, and a Pepsi. Because big dreamers need a big deal.
Morris Fish and Jerk Hut, best Jamaican jerk, serves authentic Jamaican food located at Clarendon Park and Annex Plaza in Mandeville. Known for its jerk fish dishes and curry goat, we offer outdoor dining, takeout, as well as catering for all occasions. Live DJs every weekend, Friday to Sunday at both locations. You may contact us at 876-867-6572 and 876-796-2121.
So, you've had your driver's license suspended, and now that period of suspension is over. What do you need to do? Pay a fee of $3,000 to Tax Administration Jamaica and take the receipt and a letter from the court where your license was suspended to the Island Traffic Authority's head office. Allow a period of 1 week for processing, after which you will be required to collect the driver's license at a tax office of your choice. For more information, call 876-754-1900. The Island Traffic Authority, an entity for road safety good.
You're listening to Jamaica's first and #1 daytime sports call-in show, The Sports Desk, on Omega Radio.
Garvey, you're still there? Garvey?
Yeah, Zidane.
Yes.
What if I told you that Magic Johnson accumulated all these assistant numbers despite having a usage rate that's 10% lower than LeBron James?
Yeah, because when he came into the league, remember he came into a super team, a team that was competing for championship immediately.
But Magic Johnson was always the primary ball handler. And
no, but he's required to do less.
Him share the ball better.
No, man. He was no. Before Garvey, man. Magic Johnson came into a team with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, my boss. So he can share the ball more willingly. LeBron James. Hold on, let me make the point.
Into the team,
no, why you wanted to really make the point at that time?
He was already going past his prime.
No, but he was still an elite player. LeBron James came into the league to play with some jokers, my boss. So he couldn't share the ball more.
So on to all the years I'm playing them super teams there.
But he shared the ball more in those occasions.
And he still has a youth. Listen, LeBron James has 20 seasons in the NBA, right?
Yeah.
If you minus the first 6 to play at Cleveland, that's 14 more years. Yet, and in those 14 years, he has always played with Hall of Fame.
So how you
no, I want to know
where it's going.
Yeah, are you saying Magic Johnson is a better NBA player than
Listen,
LeBron?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. At his best, without a doubt, listen to this, Orville. This is what I will leave you with, Orville. In 12 healthy NBA seasons, Magic Johnson, as the best player on his team, led his team to the finals 9 times. 9 times. That means in 75% of the seasons that he played in the NBA, his team was in the finals. In those finals, he won 5 times. He was 3-time finals MVP, 3-time league MVP. So in 20 seasons, LeBron James has 1 less ring than Magic, 1 more MVP, and 1 more finals MVP.
So Magic,
in 8 more seasons. His numbers on a per game basis are better than LeBron James. Listen to this. In 20 seasons, LeBron James has led the league twice in a statistical category. Once in scoring, once in assists. In 12 seasons, Magic Johnson led the NBA 5 times in assists and twice in steal. That means that he dominated on both ends of the court, both defensively and offensively.
Magic Johnson wasn't a great defender, my boss. Don't say any such thing on the radio.
The numbers will tell you otherwise.
No, Magic Johnson wasn't a great defender, my boss.
Okay.
Don't try
Can
that.
I ask you a question? Do you have any numbers that tells you how a man can play?
Go watch the game, Garvey, man. You're struggling, my boss.
All right, Garvey.
No, man.
Show a shot.
Field champion is
So,
not a good defender.
how often he made the defensive team of the year?
How many?
How often did the great defender? You tell me. You come on the radio, come embarrass yourself.
No,
Magic Johnson a
I
great
don't have
defender.
that information. I can't tell you. So
Why never got checked?
Why
Why didn't you go check, my boss, before you come talk the nonsense?
Listen, he led both the NBA regular season and the playoff multiple
Garvey,
times.
call me tomorrow upon this, let me beat you.
Take your lick.
Call tomorrow, Garvey.
Yeah, dig up.
Only on the spot.
You know I like Garvey as I call us still here. Cool.
When you don't get distracted by his over-the-top personality,
But Magic Johnson, people, just for the record, Magic Johnson is in my top 5 all time.
Yeah.
So it's not even though I don't agree with him, it's not proper to put Magic Johnson name in the hat.
All right.
Who got to know?
Correction?
Correction.
Yo, Zidane Matthews.
Yes, correction.
You must stop load up the thing when man a thumb put your face with the argument, you know.
Which argument that?
The argument where you just I get some thump in your face.
No. Tell me which argument thump up my face now.
What?
Give me the argument that you just heard that thump up my face.
I'm not going to get sidetracked. I said to you 2 times now.
Him couldn't tell me the argument, you know.
Hold on, don't do that, you know.
No.
My time now. Don't do that.
I thump up your face every
My
day.
time.
Every time you call the program, I thump up your face.
Hear me, I say. Hear me. Who?
Me?
Who you talk to?
Me never tell you which argument, but me know me do it.
Bust me, I go bust up your head right now too. Listen to me now.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes.
What want to say enough mean? Enough to win. What you want to say mean?
What was required of an individual?
All right. So, and that has to be within the confines of the laws of the game, right?
Not the laws.
The rules of the game, man. The rules of the game.
All right, go on. Let me hear where you're going.
Right. So, here, we not laugh after. Where brother then?
Do I chat to?
Yeah, not laugh after do I chat to.
Yeah.
But him ask a question I'm not here, and I want to try to answer it. Me's a man fear in a brother. Now, do I chat to say if 2 teams come to play one match? One show up and one don't show up. Who win?
Nobody won.
The point was given.
Hold on.
No, there was no game.
Hold on. Well, yeah, there was no game, but there's recorded a winner.
There's points allocation.
Points allocation, not a win.
No game was.
You didn't win any game. So above you wouldn't have won.
In the same way, my turn of correction. In a lot of these games, when the game is forfeited, they don't just award 2 points or 3 points. They also award 3 goals.
Right.
You're going to ask me who scored now?
Okay. No, man, I just wanted to.
It was a silly question. It was a silly question.
A ridiculous question.
Allow me to speak and then you speak, man. Don't load up my thing. You say don't do that. You said something now make me say so. I am just cautioning on the side of fairness. A question was asked that I never think we know address. Someone want to know address.
Yeah, because it was silly, man. That's why.
All right. No. I'm going to ask. I'm going to give you a scenario now. So if you're in a cricket match, right? And you're ahead by Duckworth Lewis, right? And I am a new batsman to the cricket. So I basically don't do nothing at all in the game, right? Rain start fall. The team win by Duckworth Lewis. Would you say that the fact that I was able to go out on the pitch, wouldn't I have contributed to my team winning?
This the sports has come down to.
No, we can't bring down the program. No, correction. We cannot bring down the program.
Correction, and I can't go to them level there, you know.
Just tell the white.
No, ask your question. Hold on. From a technical standpoint, Orville.
No, man,
I'm a cricketing man, Orville.
No, man, I go down them road.
So Duckworth Lewis not part of the game.
I am not going to go down the road where a batsman walk to the crease and get credit.
Is it credit
for helping him team with?
So hold on. If the batsman was not there, I ask you technically now, you're the cricket guru, help me. And he's not the cricket guru, but deal with basketball. So you help me now. If I was not able to take the pitch at that point, say I was injured or something, and I couldn't come out, technically, would my team win?
I'm not going to go down them for.
Yeah, ask that question.
I'm here to listen. I refuse to answer that.
I'm educated. I'm asking that question. Don't tell me you're not go down the road. I ask you a question as a cricketing guru. I am saying if at that point I am injured, I can't take the field. Technically, if I'm speaking from a technical standpoint.
So he contributed to. He did enough by walking to the crease.
I am asking a question, Batsman.
Yes, he did enough. All right.
I know I'm asking a question.
He did enough when he walked to the crease.
Yes.
Okay?
That was his contribution.
So
he contributed to the win by walking to the
I am asking.
Yes. No, if him never come out, the team wouldn't win.
The team wouldn't win?
Yes. So him coming out, he did enough.
Him contribute to the thing because if he was not there, the team would not have won.
All right. So he did enough because his team win.
You agree with that?
No, the term was did he do enough to help his team win?
By being there?
Yeah.
Yes, by
all
being
right.
available, yeah.
All right. No, we're not arguing. You're big.
Why?
Correction, big up yourself.
Big
you
up,
walk
my
to
boss.
the crease, he did enough.
And them when I come parade, I said, man, beat you up and I thump you.
No time to argue like that. Preacher.
Yo, here we go. It's a correction now. Correction, go home and try to figure out the most technical arguments them to try. See?
Oh my God.
So what I'm pretty much allude is that the rules of cricket demand that the player come out.
Yeah.
If the player don't come out, then the rules of cricket are going to mean say you have to lose the game because you don't have a batsman to hold up the other end.
Exactly.
Right? So that's a real technical way, you know. I'm trying to make an argument.
Yeah, man, that batsman did enough, man.
Versus, a man had to say, two team come, Shatu and Bridget. But if Shatu comes, two team come, Zidane, two team for play, and one of them don't turn up. Zidane, and so just say actual game was played.
Yes. The man asked me who win the game. A bright man like Shatu. One team never turned up for the game.
No, Shatu never.
And the next team was awarded the points, and Shatu is asking me who win the game. There was no game.
No, Shatu never do that, man. Not do that to Shatu, man. That, even by Shatu's standards, man.
By his low standard, that is low, my boss. All time low.
No.
Top 5 worst on the program in the history of the program.
Right, here are the man, the mummies. Here are the man. We watch football games, I was a team with 9 man. We see team with 10. See? You know what that means? It means that a team can play a match and have 11 man on the football field and 1 man or 2 man not contribute significantly to how the team are playing. See? You can defend the field because you can win with 9, you know, and you can win with 10, you know. That means that you cannot play with 11, but it come like you play with 9. Don't it?
Yeah.
So this idea that once you depend on the field and the team win, your own individual contribution would have been enough. It's a misnomer, my boss.
Misnomer is a very kind word.
Yeah, me you know say me more gracious than some other people.
Right.
See, this idea that I can play 6 test innings I make ducks in the R6, and when the coach drop me and tell me, say, I drop you because you have not been doing enough as a batsman. They're going to tell him, say, but boss, the team win the 6 match, then what more you want me to do?
Exactly.
And then you're going to look for your coach and tell him, coach, you have been hard for me, coach, because we win the match. What more you want me to do?
Yes, I did enough, coach. We won the games.
Enough, because that was all that was required of me.
Yes.
You need me for do no more.
Yes.
And the converse is also there. The team is performing poorly, but one man stands out. That man, because his team didn't win, wasn't doing enough. Remember?
Yeah, the coach are going to look for the one man, then where I make 100 in a 6 innings.
Yeah.
And the team lose and say, boss man, you're not doing enough.
Exactly.
And what the rest of man them do? There is this thing called winning in spite of. Sometimes your team win in spite of an individual's poor performance.
Well said.
And sometimes your team lose in spite of an individual's great performance.
Well said.
So we have to raise the sport at a level. One thing me know for sure. My brethren at the next radio station told me that if a player plays in 4 NBA finals, a superstar, and was averaging those 4 NBA finals, and the next man for next team was out of this world in those 4 NBA finals and lose, the average superstar is greater than the superstar who was out of this world.
Yeah, man, I heard it.
That, brethren, you see, from me here, that, me hang up. And me decide I'm going to give my brethren down the road a break.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
not going to call him for a good little while. Because that alone tell me, say, my brethren down the road don't have no understanding of sports and how you
No, man. Let me tell you now something. I'm going to be very fair now. You see the brethren, him not a fool, you know. There are some of him followers who very desperate for attention, who not them none sense. But the truth is that media brethren there, he does these things deliberately, you know, for ratings, you know. It's the people who follow him are the real idiot there.
Yes.
You get me? Him know better, you know, when him go and say them something there, you know.
That is the sad truth, you know.
The truth is, him know better, man. If you catch him in a quiet moment, and I say, I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say about that.
But you know, some people are gas him up, man.
Yes.
And not tell him the truth.
Exactly.
Watch out now.
And most of those people who gas him up are anti-Orville Higgins people, if the truth be told.
Hold the line, preacher. We'll give you a minute after the break. We'll come back.
Visit Garrett Trading and Installation at 169 Constant Spring Road and 10 to 12 Cleardale Avenue for all your tiling and classic stone needs. Call 876-634-9773. The time by Garrett Trading is 2:30.
And now we have Mr. Rohan McNally, manager of the Three Angels Pharmacy. Now, Mr. Mac, we've been hearing a lot of good things about Three Angels Pharmacy. What is it that makes the Three Angels Pharmacy so unique?
Well, you know, at Three Angels Pharmacy, we offer fast, friendly, and efficient customer service. We give back to our community. We offer counseling, blood pressure checks, cholesterol checks. We do photocopying, printing, faxes, and if we don't have it, we'll get it for you.
Thank you, Mr. Rohan McNally, manager of the Three Angels Pharmacy. For further information, call us at 625-5584 or 295-7469. Three Angels Pharmacy, located at shop number 7 Caledonia Plaza, 7B Caledonia Road, Mandeville.
The Jamaica Anti-Doping Commission JADCO needs your help to eliminate doping and keep sport clean. If you have concerns about any doping activity, you can share the information with JADCO anonymously. The information you share will be treated with the highest level of confidentiality. Make the right call if you see something, say something. Protect clean sport. Protect our legacy. To report doping activity, call 888-429-5232 or visit the JADCO website at jadco.gov.jm. A message from the Jamaica Anti-Doping Commission.
We may be all over the world, but we're still in this together. Babe, make it easy for you get your money. So if you have to get a thing from your brother or mommy, hey, it's a not Insta, it's a MoneyGram. Zoom, Ria, check your phone, your money land. VNBS money transfer. Safer, faster, easier. Sign up for VNBS direct to bank account transfer today. No matter step out, fit time no line. Straight in your account, money reach long time. VNBS money transfer.
Insurance is easier at JCIA. At JCIA, we are always open with online payments and other services available at your convenience. So, whether you're insuring your business, car, home and contents or yourself and family, we are just a click away. Contact any of our offices island-wide by telephone 876-929-5360 or visit our website for details. Great savings, great service, great convenience. Jamaica Cooperatives Insurance Agency Limited.
Anybet now offers a third easy, secure and convenient top-up option for your betting account. Top up wherever, whenever using your Visa, debit, credit or MasterCard free of charge to continue gaming. That's right, free of charge. Other top-up options include store deposit and bank transfer. Visit our website for more details. Anybet reminds you to bet responsibly.
Omega Radio now presents Sports in a Minute. It's sponsored by Edgechem, Anybet, and Dangel's Auto Spares and Accessories. The WTA Tour has announced a strategic partnership with CVC Capital Partners, which will see the private equity firm invest $150 million into women's tennis. In return, CVC will take a 20% stake in a newly created company with the working title of WTA Ventures. The WTA will retain full regulatory and sporting responsibility. Investment in the women's game is much needed, with prize money continuing to lag behind the men's ATP Tour. That is Sports in a Minute. Omega Radio has just presented Sports in a Minute, sponsored by Edgechem for people who dream in color. Anybet, your best bet, reminds you to bet responsibly. And Dangel Auto Spares and Accessories Limited at 20 Balmoral Avenue in Kingston.
You're listening to Jamaica's first and number one daytime sports calling show, The Sports Desk on Omega Radio.
All right, Preacher, you have a minute.
Yeah, man, what may I say? Oh, and next thing quick, Garvey, we know say Magic was not a great defender. And it's interesting say Zidane say it, because me and Zidane have that debate already, about Magic, when Zidane tries to say Steph Curry is not a good defender, so he can't be in the top 10. And I said to Zidane...
No. I never said he can't be in the top 10 because, not only because of that.
It's a defensive game.
No, but he can be in the top 10.
Yeah, man.
What if him average 13 in the next 3 seasons?
No, but you were saying at the time his defensive ability was a liability.
Yeah, because some of the others who I had ahead of him were just as good offensively and better defensively.
Right, and I was making the point that Magic Johnson was known to not be
a great defender. Yes, yes, you did.
Right?
You did.
Never made first team all defense.
Yes, you did.
Entire career, which is rare for somebody who you'd have put in your top 5, right?
Yes.
So we just make that point. But
I don't understand how Garvey doesn't know that Magic Johnson wasn't a great defender. And them claims them follow basketball.
No, Magic was, in fact, them used to shield Magic a lot.
Yes, they do.
Right? Yes. Anyway, but the important point in the discussion is, you see the word performance. The word performance is what you use when you're assessing players, not team results. The people who use team results are going to look for how much championship you win and blah, blah, blah. And them same people that are going to say, no, man, that's just a championship, man. You have to look how the superstar did play. Then, if you're going to look for how the superstar did play, you have to assess him for how he did play. If he played out of this world and end up losing, there must be other factors outside of him that would have made his team lose, my boss.
Yes.
Like the performance of his teammates. And if he played poorly and his team win, you can't just use the fact say because he have the championships, you're going to give him more kudos over somebody else who always outperform him but lose.
Preacher.
Performance is what we use when we're assessing individuals in a team context.
Preacher, there are few people who call this program, you see, that if me I leave radio and them ask me who would I want to be a host of a program like this. And this is heavy praise coming your way, when I preach. You would be one of the few that I could recommend.
Yes, indeed.
I leave it right. So.
I concur.
Well, have a good afternoon.
Big up, Preacher.
All right.
Mark.
Yeah, man, afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How you do?
Boy, Zidane, me disappointed now. First time caller.
Yes, Mark. What did I do now?
For you to sit on the radio and say that that caller from Chateau was in his top 5 worst call. It should not be just in the top 5, Zidane. It's the worst call I ever hear from me from my listening station.
Sorry, my boss. Top 2.
No, seriously.
No, it is. It was embarrassing.
Like, how disappointed I am. It's like me turn on the radio 1 o'clock and hear that the sports desk is no longer on the radio.
So you feel disappointing?
So me feel disappointed. Generally, me a call and not get through. And sometimes me just hang up. But me couldn't hang up this time. It's one of the worst things me ever hear on radio.
A man making 2 ducks, and because his team win, he did enough.
He did enough. I have nothing more to say. I not even want to talk about sports. That's all I want.
It was an embarrassing call indeed.
It's an embarrassing call.
Yes, it was.
And you make it worse, man, by saying top 5.
Top 5.
It's probably top 2 for sure.
Yeah.
Have a great evening.
Big up, man.
Big up, man.
And continue good, bro.
Yeah, man. All right. Good.
All right.
Boy, it a edge.
Yeah, man.
Most of the other
yes.
one.
Yeah, man.
Real.
Oh, Badger the Great.
Yeah, man. We're going to that.
Yes, sir.
All right. How many people call and talk about me from the show start?
Me don't hear nobody talk about you.
Oh, you never hear.
The
name. Won't say them.
Yeah, me more focus on the sporting topics themselves still.
Yeah. Yeah, but you were engaging him though.
I know, but yeah.
More say, yeah. You still never hear. So more say.
No, I heard, man, but I didn't remember.
Yeah.
So what? Calm down, Badger. What is wrong?
I'm calm. Calm.
Yes.
You still never hear some woman.
No, I heard, but I didn't remember that he mentioned it.
Okay, you never remember. Okay.
Yes.
More say, all right. Calm down, Zidane. Up to you. More say, even though I can't spell all the words them, I know what they mean. If you don't know the words they mean, don't use them. Yeah, word of advice. And I don't think the person on the other line is going to help you until they say no. I'm say, man, I think I the wrong word I use. You understand? Yeah. Zidane, I commend you, Zidane. Don't be like your co-host who don't understand that the callers is the one who help put the food on the table. Yeah.
So why are you saying that to me?
I'm saying that to you because I recognize the stand that he's taking. And I don't do it to other callers. He has been doing it to Fine Action. And I think he's doing it to me too. But he must recognize the product. And the product is the caller because you're on a calling show. And the product is the caller. And they help to keep his car on the road and to put food on the table and light up in place. Yeah? So he must show more respect to the persons who help to keep a show on the road. Yeah. So I commend you for that, Zidane. You hear?
Okay.
If you are not there and if he's alone there, I know that I am not going to call, and I know that Fine Action is not going to call. You hear? So I commend you for that. Yeah. The next thing though, know that you know. I know that I want to say, the man from down the road, Orville, my good friend, has changed or shifted the goalpost. Are you still going to argue with what he shift from to what he shift to?
No.
Okay, good. And next thing too, if somebody is saying that you are like, and he calls somebody who is infamous, let's say that Morgan or Sandra Khan, would you be there saying, me telling you a long time, see, I saw them man this day. I hear people saying that this man is behaving exactly like how Orville Higgins used to be. You know, no one man can really win a game, you know. You understand? But yet, you know, that same man, Zidane, was telling us that Diego Maradona carry Argentina in the 1986 World Cup. Isn't that arguing among yourself, sir? Wouldn't you think so, Mr. Matthews?
Why?
Boy, no, I'm a man, sir.
What I want to talk about is when I heard you this morning saying that.
No. I don't talk about that.
No, I don't remember that. That's what Maradona thing is long time.
No.
But me correct that long time, but you.
No. Before you move on to
all right, let me explain. Let me explain. Hold on about you. One day I came here and I said to Orville that no one man can carry nobody, and he said yes, it's just a cliche. He agrees that no one man literally can carry a team. It means in the bulk of the work. He did clarify.
No.
Of course I said
you did.
I was not privy to that.
But you are aware now. So let's move on to you now. All right, you're aware now. What did you mean when you said this morning that once you're on the winning team, you did enough? If a batsman make 2 first ball ducks as an opener, what?
I never remember saying that this morning.
I have the tape in about you.
So what?
I'm saying, you said it for a fact. You said 1, 2, 1, you didn't know.
All right. It was a cliche and a mistake.
Oh, you made a mistake. All right, big up. No problem.
All right, sir. Have a good day, sir.
All right, wonderful.
Don't be like the friend Dave Cameron that you were defending, sir, who came to the studio and didn't want to talk to a host because of being silly and a child. Respect the persons who help to put food on your table. Have a wonderful day and God bless.
All right, so let me just say something for the man who is begging me to acknowledge him. I just said if Badger doesn't talk to me directly, then I have nothing to say. He asked me questions. He asked me questions yesterday and I answered. But I'm no longer going to be involved in a toe-to-toe argument with Badger already. It doesn't make sense, people. Because Badger comes here with an agenda. He's so desperate for my attention, desperate to talk about me. It don't make no sense. We're not reason sports. So too many of the people who support me say, listen, when Badger come on the radio, it don't make no sense. You're back and forth. If he asks me a question directly, then I'm prepared to answer. A while ago, him no ask me nothing directly. So I mean, I'm not
it's a true word.
He's just showing words. I am saying, people, he's desperate for me to acknowledge him. So I'm acknowledging you, Badger. And the truth is, Badger, if you don't call this program, I will still eat. Just know that. And lights will still be up on me. As an individual, now as a collective,
yes,
it may not be so. So collectively, we need callers.
Yeah.
Individually, I don't need a caller. Thank you. All right.
We'll take a break. We're coming back.
KFC, we still a do it big. Work hard every day with determination. Anything you set your mind to, you do it big. No underestimate your potential. You are a real big deal and you must win. SPICE in your area. KFC with the taste and the flavor. We are big deals, so that we are hard and we do big things. We know
KFC still a do it big. KFC Big D. Enjoy 3 pieces of delicious chicken, fries and a Pepsi. Because big dreamers need a big deal.
Super Center, everything for your home and more.
Whether you are redecorating your home, looking for a gift idea, or simply feel for some retail therapy, Ascent Super Center is the place to be. Regal Plaza Kingston and Linston. We have it all. From linens and curtains to appliances and cookware, furniture, rugs and wall decor. It's everything for your home and more.
Ascent Super Center, we're gonna make you smile. Ascent Super Center, it's a lifestyle.
It's a lifestyle.
You're listening to Jamaica's first and #1 daytime sports calling show, The Sports Desk on Omega Radio.
All right, welcome back. We'll play the second selection quickly before we come to a few calls on the line before we go to the Champions League football game. Brought to you by HChem Paints for people who dream in color. This one is from Beres Hammond, I'm Alive.
Shout it, go sing it loud. Up in the morning I say my prayer. Thank you, Father, for another day. Let me declare it right away. I'm alive, yes. I'm alive. My money in the bank, oh no rent. Here I am, still give thanks. Ask me how, I don't know, I ain't no bro. But I'm alive, yeah. I'm alive. I see the sun and I see the rain, yes. I feel joy in my Father's name. A tear might fall every now and then. I still give thanks to the full extent, yes. Now, up in the morning I say my prayer. Thank you, Father, for another day. Let me declare it right away. I'm alive, yes.
Tonight, it's been so impressive in this.
I'm in the back of no rank, but here I am, still give thanks. Ask me how, I don't know, I ain't no pro. But I'm alive, yes. I'm alive. I can walk without fear or doubt, yeah. Go to sleep know there's danger everywhere, yeah. So I pray, dear Father, always be near. Up in the morning I say my prayer, thank you Father for another day. Let me declare it right away. I'm alive, yeah. I'm alive, my money in the bank, oh no rank, but here I am, still give thanks. Ask me how, I don't know, I ain't no pro, but I'm alive, yes, I'm alive. I challenge the day with an open mind, just in a way judge I would design. No, I will falter, but in time I will grow, I will grow. Can't be too old to be taught, can even learn something from the youth. Give a little nod if you know the truth. Hey, hey. Up in the morning I say my prayer, thank you Father for another day. Let me declare it right away. I'm alive, yes, I'm alive. My money in the bank, oh no rank, but here I am, still give thanks. Ask me out, I don't know, I ain't no pro, but I'm alive, yes, yeah, I'm alive, yeah, I'm alive, yeah, oh God, I'm alive, yeah,
All right, that one is from Beres Hammond. I'm Alive, brought to you by H Campaigns for people who dream in color.
The program done?
No, we have cars on.
We have CC.
Oh, CC from Port.
Hello?
Yes,
yeah, man.
CC.
Go on.
Yes. Because we kind of flesh out a few things. Me hear Ulrich said something yesterday, and I know sometimes a lot of persons are listening to the program, but some of the persons, even when they hear them vote and hear time, you know some don't really watch sports and they don't know sports. And the sensationalism, them vote after or them go after. So the person who sounds like a sensationalist, then we go for the person there most of the time. Number one, the guy Ulrich said Salah became the leading goal scorer for Liverpool, but he never clarified in which era, because remember you have the Premier League era and then you have the English League before that. So Salah is the leading goal scorer in the Premier League era
for Liverpool.
So we just come and say Salah is the leading goal scorer for Liverpool. You can't just throw that out there.
So he's not the leading goal scorer overall for Liverpool in all.
No. So a man will run out and go in one conversation on the road and I say, oh, Salah the leading goal scorer for Liverpool. And then him just lose the conversation.
Well, if what you're saying is true, then thanks for the clarification.
So you have to throw them thing there and say, oh, for the Premier League era.
Yes. Who is the all-time leading scorer for Liverpool, by the way?
I think it's Ian Rush, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
But I'm not too sure because Liverpool are not really my team, so I don't have all of the information on them. But I know that.
While we appreciate you correcting him or clarifying what he said, for you to be the master now on this topic, you should just come with who exactly is the all-time leading scorer.
It help.
No.
You understand? So you get a 95%, man.
Yeah. But I was just saying that we can't left things out there hanging. Because at the end of the day, while there are some persons who call and make some illogical statements, there are other persons who call who give reasonable conversation.
Yeah. I'm seeing but I don't know which site is this. I'm not sure what the site, but it has Russia at number 1 with 346. And then Roger Hunt with 244.
Yeah. Brilliant sometimes, I tell you most of the time,
Good.
But anyway.
All right, good clarification for us.
Yeah, man, good CC.
Because people would have been led to believe that he's the all-time leading goal scorer for Liverpool.
Man, because remember, people would have run gone with it, man. And I say, oh, see, me tell about Salah. But they don't understand that the Premier League has gone over several changes. Just like Salah is the leading goal scorer, is the person who scored the most goals in a single campaign for a 20-team season, like a 38-game season.
Mm-hmm.
Versus a 42-game season, which I think is Alan Shearer still has that record.
All right, CC.
All right, CC.
Thanks for the call. Big up. Good call.
But I'm not finished because...
No,
man, it's a short show.
It's a short program.
Squeeze. Before I go, man.
Yeah.
Zidane, when you call the assist first, like assist or pass, what do you clarify? So if a person's assist is 2.5 per game, can he be a better passer than a person's assist is 8.5 per game?
No, CC, call me back tomorrow on this one.
All right.
Yeah. All right, Pioneer.
I'm a pioneer, man.
Oh, a pioneer.
Pioneer, a great youth, but Pioneer a great youth. So my brother, you can call him, me and call him.
Okay, it's Pioneer, Missy, but it's Pioneer, all right.
Anyway, yeah, man. Anyway, Zidane.
Yes.
You don't talk long time, you still did ask the man question. Ask this upon some other forum with your phone. Anyway, big up yourself, PC, from Overport now.
Yeah.
Zidane, walk, Cameron, brother, walk one.
Ja Morant, man, having some gun issues here, my boss. His gun is legal, though, right? He's a legal carrier.
But if it's a legal gun, you can't carry it for a plane. I don't think you can carry it for the team plane. You remember a youth from Washington.
How does the media know that he brought it to the team plane?
Them talk, you know.
Oh, Lord.
I don't people talk. Even Adam's been saying players supposed to be careful how them go out on the street at night.
Yes.
Them on the road and all these things. So there is a problem there. But Ja is a little from the first year. Ja coming at the NBA, you can notice that Ja was a little rude youth in the
But I'm understanding that there's one also with a video with him in our club brandishing the gun as well.
Well, that's what I tell you. So them Ja, if you understand, say, you know, once people start to whisper on the street, start to hear some little things, then you're going to find the media, going to start following, you know, and watch something where you do. But me hear some man, I make it look like, yeah, this man will wake up to Shannon Sharp, say, no, you can't blame him father for that. This is a young man who grew up in America and see the laws and the rules and regulations. Playing in a big league where you do say there is rule where you carry gun into the locker room is a issue with it. Don't care how great a player you is.
Boy, it's a strange thing that is happening with this young man, my boss. So he's on a good team. He's a star. He's expected to become one of the best players in the league at some point, the very best player in the league. And he's in a position now that his team can challenge as one of the outsiders for the title this year, my boss.
I do what you say. You take a little sheep shot yesterday when me talk about young men and young people with guns. The people in Jamaica is not listening. It's because people in Jamaica.
No, I never said that. I said that your recent topics have not gathered any momentum. Maybe this one will.
Who care if it don't gather any momentum?
No, I never said you cared, my boss.
Well, I understand, man. Amongst your small audience.
I never said you cared.
World. And you drop it that for me, so me I take back shot for you.
But me never said nobody.
For the past 3 weeks now, the only thing me hear them at talk about fan sport 90% of the time is the Alabama college football kid and youth culture with this culture with gun and shooting, and the youth from down at Georgia with the speeding and getting people dead. The two top players in who is looking to come into pro sport.
Yeah, but Piney. When they call this program, is that it's generally a Jamaican audience you're talking to, in my boss.
But
so they're not following the college league, my boss, and what is happening with the college players, like that. Not a lot of them. You see, Ja Morant now, he's pretty much an NBA star, and his team is a good team, and they're doing well. So this now, I think some people might come on and discuss this one with the Ja Morant situation.
I don't care if the people come on and discuss it. Don't bring my name into
then why you cussing people to discuss other things?
I don't come here chasing clout. But yeah, me not desperate the conversation with any male or female. Don't call my name into your argument. My conversation or non-conversation with...
Wait you say, Piney? Bash, you try to mix up your name a while ago. You use your name a while ago.
Yeah, the man come mix me up and me there listen.
For his own bed. You know, say that, Bash, though. He might try to mix... Yeah.
Argument with a man, I bring me in. My conversation with that individual is different from what you're trying to do. I am not looking at attention. So you desperate for attention from me, I want to talk to him. Me don't want to talk to nobody.
We think him to try and mix up any name for you. But we believe in it there, Pine Action. Big up. No, I choose nothing call any name for you or anybody's name for that matter. Me agree with you, Piney.
I must be a very important guy. I could leave it as You sure done?
Yes.
You have more?
That is it, our master.
Or chance to come?
Come.
All right. Cool.
All right. So we have Champions League football, people. So tune into that. Thanks for calling us. Thanks for listening. Join us tomorrow. Same place, same time. We'll do it all over again. So long.
That's the Sports Desk for today. Remember to tune in and participate on the Sports Desk Mondays through to Fridays 1 to 4 p.m. on Omega Radio.
Omega Radio now presents a health alert, sponsored by New Budget Supplies, always the best prices, and Bashco, the store that gives you more.
If you have fever, cough, and difficulty breathing, seek medical care early. Stay home if you feel unwell. If you have a fever, cough, and difficulty breathing, Seek medical attention and call in advance. Follow the directions of your local health authority. National and local authorities will have the most up-to-date information on the situation in your area. Calling in advance will allow your healthcare provider to quickly direct you to the right health facility. This will also protect you and help prevent the spread of viruses and other infections.
Omega Radio has just presented a health alert, sponsored by New Budget Supplies, always the best prices, and Bashco, the store that gives you more.
Top of the hour to you and yours. You're listening to Omega Radio, the station of the stars. Don't go anywhere. Call a friend, tell a friend. Thank you so much for listening. I am Archbishop John Wayne Manning, a.k.a. Wayne Jonathan Manning I. It's good to have you right here on Omega Radio. Tell a friend, call a friend, tell everybody.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560.
The temperature by New Budget Supplies, always the best prices, is
29 degrees Celsius in New Kingston.
It's now time for the UEFA Champions League, sponsored by KFC. It's finger-licking good. EdgeChem, for people who dream in color. Any bet, your best bet. At BH Paints, paint it, love it with BH Paints.
Sweeping all before them, both domestically and in European football this season. They cruised through the group phase, emphatically sealing the deal on match day 6, and now looking very, very strong to advance through to the quarterfinals. Once again, just like they were there last season. The man looking to stop them tonight, of course, is the man that scored the goal for them in this stadium that put them in the driving seat against Ajax last season, Roman Yaremchuk, who leads the line tonight in a Brugge shirt, his last start in the competition in the colours of Benfica. We are underway with Benfica in those famous red shirts and white shorts and red socks, and Brugge in the dark kit tonight, black with the light blue numbers, and all black as they look to turn this around. And it is then with the early ball with Simon Mignolet, the now veteran goalkeeper, and moving it out to Abakar Silla, who's come into the starting lineup tonight, one of 4 changes for Scott Parker's side, as they just look to find something a little bit different. That's why Yaremchuk has come in for his first start in the Champions League this season for them, alongside the exciting Noah Lang. And then the changes in midfield, bringing in the likes of Kasper Nielsen and also Kamal Sawa as well. Well, for Benfica, it's the same side that played in the first leg, and here's Gonzalo Ramos moving forward down the right-hand side of the field inside the first 90 seconds here. Rafa Silva, lovely ball on the overlap across the face of goal. It's sensational. What a start for Benfica. João Mario has made club history and scored in 5 games in a row and equalled Eusebio's record. An astonishing start for the Portuguese champions. It is a wonderful goal delivered from the right-hand side and delivered through his legs by João Mario. Benfica 1, Brugge 0.
And John, it's a classic Benfica goal. It's very similar to a goal we saw them score against Juventus in the group stage. Rafa Silva involved, no surprise there. Excellent run down that inside right channel, and he knows exactly where João Mario is going to be. Makes that darting run infield from right to left. He knows exactly where this ball is going to be delivered, and then he has the confidence to be able to just drag his right foot behind him, get the angle to beat Mignolet. It is a gorgeous Benfica goal, and if it was a hill to climb before, it's very much a mountain now.
Well, it's a mirror image of a goal that Rafa Silva scored earlier in the group phase. It is an almost telepathic understanding that they have. They are just having a quick VAR check for a potential offside against Gonzalo Ramos. The camera angle makes him look offside, and they have just had a double check of it, and in fact the goal is being chalked off, and we are back underway. Gonzalo Ramos was offside, and the ball delivered, looking for the run at the near post of Yaremchuk and Van Aken, who were both there. It was Van Aken who met it, and they almost caught Benfica cold there. The quick restart, the ball delivered inside the penalty area. Van Aken got up and he won the header, and it just flashes wide of the post. Incredible. It could have been a goal chalked off at one end, and merely seconds later things levelled up at the other end. So the goal chalked off for Benfica. VAR seeing that Gonzalo Ramos was just offside. It actually takes that little bit of history away for João Mario. Not since the 1960s has a Benfica player scored in 5 successive Champions League games. That was the immortal Eusebio. And he'll have to wait a little bit longer. Rafa Silva is dancing on the ball through midfield. On towards the Norwegian Fredrik Arsnes, who switches the play from left to right. We're on halfway, and here's Alexander Barr, who was a doubt for the game. He went through an individual training program in the earlier part of this week, and now they have it with João Mario and forward by Alexander Barr. And now on towards Arsnes again, and they're trying to run in behind, but it's a little bit heavy for Alexander Barr this time. We've played 4 minutes here. What a great start, Rob.
Yeah, brilliant stuff, but it is not our feature game tonight. That comes from West London, where Chelsea take on Borussia Dortmund. John's going to be giving us updates from the action in Lisbon throughout the course of the evening. Joe Shannon on commentary for the Chelsea game. And Joe, we just saw a brilliant banner from the Blue supporters.
A magnificent banner at the shed end of the ground, away to the left-hand side. It's a 2-tiered end of this famous stadium, and it was a huge mosaic of Chelsea legends, past and present. Some of it, of course, a reference to the 2 UEFA Champions League triumphs that Chelsea have enjoyed in 2012 and most recently in 2021 under the former Dortmund coach. How ironic, Thomas Tuchel, who led Chelsea to their last Champions League triumph. And then a banner at the opposite end of the field, the Matthew Harding stand, a big blue banner with the words Chelsea FC, Pride of London on top of it. So they really do know how to make an atmosphere for the big occasion here at Stamford Bridge. They've had so many memorable nights in the past, and of course the question is, can they turn around this single goal deficit? They've won 8 of the 14 UEFA competition ties in the past when they had a first leg deficit to overturn at Stamford Bridge. Can they do it for a 9th time tonight?
Players in the tunnel, action from that game shortly. But we're up and running, 5 minutes in, goalless tonight. John Bradley, Benfica Brugge.
Yeah, they have the ball level with the edge of the penalty area on the right-hand side, up inside the Brugge half. João Mario moving the ball on towards the fantastic talent that is Antonio Silva, the teenage centre-back who's made a real impact this season in the UEFA Champions League, and of course has got his first UEFA Champions League goal. On towards Rafa Silva here, and out towards the right-hand side, delivered across the goal, looking for Gonzalo Ramos, but gathered by Simon Mignolet inside his penalty area, and he can just slow things down and take stock. Scott Parker said before the game, and it was a sentiment echoed by his team, that if they can keep it tight early on, of course they've survived by about a toe so far with the offside against Gonzalo Ramos, maybe play their way into the game and start to put pressure on Benfica, but they are under a lot of pressure early on here. 6 minutes played in Lisbon. Benfica 0, Brugge 0, but remember, Benfica have had that goal ruled out for the narrowest margin for offside against Gonzalo Ramos earlier in the build-up that saw. Looking for Alex Grimaldo, but the defensive cover was initially good. He goes back across goal and then cleared away off the goal line by Silla, and Mignolet able to pounce off it. Well, they were almost their own enemies there, Brugge. Remember, it was in the first leg, a couple of defensive errors led to the 2 goals, and Benfica nearly profiting there. 7 minutes gone. Nervy start, nervous moments for Club Brugge, but it is still goalless, and they are able to go downfield here and move the ball with that Meyer out on that left-hand side, who's looking for a little bit of support and gets it from Yaremchuk, on by Silla, who's on halfway and right-footed, plays a little square ball across towards Mekele. Here is the man at the heart of the defence. Remember, they're missing Jack Hendry tonight, who's out with a quadriceps injury. He, of course, started the first game. Oh, there's a misplaced header there by Antonio Silva, just as Odysseus Vlachodimos was coming out to gather the ball. The defender headed it past him, but he didn't quite have the legs on it to reach the goal line, but certainly the goalkeeper was a little concerned momentarily there. He's been another really big part of this Benfica side over the last few seasons. João Mario has lost the ball inside his own half here, and Brugge, you sense, are just starting to feel their way into the game. They have had that half chance for their captain Hans van Aken, whose header just flashed wide of the target just moments after Benfica had that goal chalked off. We've played just over 8 minutes. It's 0-0, and it's inside the penalty area now. Left-hand side as the cross is delivered. As once again Yaremchuk made a very clever run down that left-hand side, and it's the first corner of the game, which will go to the visitors' Club Brugge, won by the former Benfica man Roman Yaremchuk, a player, of course, that the home supporters and home players know so well. Scored in both knockout rounds for Benfica last season against Ajax and Liverpool. Corner over on the left-hand side. It's Nielsen who takes a right-footed in-swinger, headed away well. They're not the biggest team, Benfica, but it was a very good header away by Chiquinho. Comes out towards Nielsen on that left-hand side, but his header goes straight to João Mario. And now they can try and sort the ball out with Florentino Luis and try and get the ball away. And that's exactly what they will do as the ball breaks into midfield. Yaremchuk moves it on, and then they're still trying to work their way forward here, Brugge. They've got towards the byline. The cross is delivered, but will be dealt with by Chiquinho, who will bring it away. And so with that, a little bit of additional commentary as Rafa Silva now tries to break forward and looks to go around the defender, which he does brilliantly, but his shot is scuffed wide of the target. Well, 10 minutes of football from Lisbon. It's goalless here. We could have had goals, though, so far. Hopefully there will be goals at Stamford Bridge in what looks an absolute cracker between Chelsea and Borussia Dortmund. And that's where Rob, Kevin and Joe are.
Thank you very much, John Bradley. Updates throughout the course of the evening from Lisbon, but the teams are out. Let's get straight to it. Chelsea Dortmund on Matchday Live. Kevin Hatchard and Joe Shannon.
And what a night in prospect at Stamford Bridge as Graham Potter gets a big hug from Edin Terzic, the Dortmund coach, and smiles and words exchanged at the base of the East Stand here at Stamford Bridge from where the tunnel emerges. A goal between the two sides, the German club lead after the first leg. Can Chelsea turn it around, or will Dortmund move through into the last 8 of the UEFA Champions League? A reminder of the two sides: Kepa, the Chelsea goalkeeper, Wesley Fofana, Koulibaly and Cucurella, the centre-halves, James and Chilwell, the wing-backs, Fernandes and Kovacic in midfield, Sterling, Joao Felix and Havertz up front. For Dortmund, Maya is the goalkeeper, Wolf, Süle, Schlotterbeck and Rafael Guerrero the defenders, Chan in a holding midfield role, Brandt, Bellingham, Özcan and Royce all in support of Haller up front. The referee from the Netherlands, Danny McKelly, is ready to go, and it will be Dortmund to get us underway from left to right in the first half in the famous yellow and black kit, and those Dortmund supporters away to the left are already making a huge noise. Yellow and black scarves and flags being waved high up into the air, and the game begins. So Dortmund with that single goal advantage. The second leg is off and underway, and an early touch for Niklas Süle on the halfway line. A little flick by Wolf. Marc Cucurella gets across for Chelsea, the former Brighton and Hove Albion defender with the long curly hair, to hack it out of play for a Dortmund throw that is midway into opposition territory. Chelsea in their royal blue with white socks, playing from right to left, and the atmosphere pretty thunderous here at Stamford Bridge, Kev Hatchard.
It is exactly what we expected, Joe. The Dortmund fans playing their part, and this is going to be about whether Chelsea can bring their quality to bear, especially in attack. Can Joao Felix, Kai Havertz and Raheem Sterling take the chances when they come their way? It's been a problem for Chelsea, not just this season, in recent seasons gone by. They have to be ruthless in front of goal tonight.
Well, Kovacic has put the ball behind inadvertently here, and it's an early Dortmund corner inside the first minute. Worth noting, away goals no longer count double in the UEFA Champions League. And it's Dortmund who have that single goal advantage from the first leg in Germany. A chilly night in West London. Julian Brandt with the corner in towards the near post, and Chelsea smuggle it away. And João Felix with a scoop clearance high upfield. Now Cucurella with a header clear from the edge of his own penalty area. Lovely juggling of the ball by Bellingham, the England international, but he's dispossessed by Kalidou Koulibaly. And now Chelsea are on the counter straight away. Havertz through towards Sterling. Goalkeeper in no man's land. Sterling bearing down on goal. Hesitated to get the shot away. And that allowed Suda to track back. Well, it was a piece of hesitancy from the goalkeeper first of all, but then Raheem Sterling, who has such a good record in the Champions League, dallied in front of goal at the vital moment.
Exactly what I just talked about, Joe. When those chances come, Chelsea have to take them. He may have been offside. We'll never know, I guess, but it's scary for Dortmund because the line was high. It was a well-timed pass by Havertz, and they were exposed.
And João Felix trying to whip a ball into the penalty area, but that one deflects off the former Liverpool midfielder Emre Can, a runner-up in the Champions League with Liverpool in 2017-2018, and it's through to the Dortmund goalkeeper, the stand-in, Alexander Meyer, who has a big night ahead of him. Remember, Gregor Kobel was so impressive in the first leg in Germany, but he's only fit enough for the bench tonight, and that was Meyer's first real test. And usually you'd expect the goalkeeper to come for a threaded pass like that, but Sterling, with all his pace, it has to be said, was able to easily beat him to it.
Yeah, I think it was a nervy moment for Meyer. He started to come and then retreated, and that's always a difficult situation for a goalkeeper. He had some nervy moments against Leipzig on Friday, managed to fight his way through them. He might have to fight through the nerves again tonight.
It's already an explosive atmosphere here. The noise is deafening, raining down from the stands, and it's really matched by the energy and the intensity on the field of play. There's a handball by Rafael Guerreiro in the Dortmund left-back position, far side the Chelsea right, and Chelsea have a free kick, which is just about level with the edge of the penalty area on the far side as we look at it. 3 minutes played in the second leg. Chelsea 0, Dortmund 0. Now Julian Brandt has gone down off the ball and he's clutching his left shin. And are they going to be forced into a change, Kev? Inside the first 3.5 minutes, it looks like they are.
Yeah, it looks that way, and that's a real blow for Dortmund because Julian Brandt's been outstanding for them in 2023. Goals in 4 of his last 5 games in the Bundesliga, and it's been that consistency, not only with the ball, Joe, but without it. The big change in him, I think, recently has been a willingness to work without the ball, a willingness to track back, double up, do all the things that you would expect of a midfielder these days. And he's been willing to do that. So they're applying some strapping, it seems, to the thigh, and he does seem to be in a fair bit of pain. And they made that sign to the bench very early on that there needed to be a replacement. So that's a huge blow for Borussia Dortmund if he can't continue. And Kai Havertz, who's his best friend, has just come across and offered some commiserations.
Well, that was going to be one of the interesting features of tonight, wasn't it? The two former Bayer Leverkusen teammates going head-to-head, but it's an early bath, I'm afraid to say, for Julian Brandt, and that's a real shame because he's one of many really top flair players out on the field of play tonight, but he clearly can't continue. It looks like it's probably a hamstring injury, so that's a concern for Dortmund in the title race in the Bundesliga, because they've been so impressive going head-to-head with Bayern München, and they are forced into that change just 4.5 minutes in, and it's the American Gio Reyna, still just 20 years of age, son of the former midfielder Claudio Reyna, who is onto the field. And Dortmund have some defending to do from this Chelsea free kick in the right wing position as we look at it. Reece James will drive it high to the far post. Koulibaly trying to get up. Good header away by Marius Wolf, and it's a Chelsea throw, 0-0.
It's one of the things that's really improved with Dortmund, Joe, this season. In the Bundesliga, they've only conceded 5 goals from set plays. That is a big differential compared to seasons gone by. They do look more organised.
Chilwell trying to bring the ball down, 10 yards from the corner flag, 10 metres from the corner flag, and Marc Cucurella will see it back to the halfway line and the feet of Kalidou Koulibaly. Chelsea had a much-needed Premier League victory last weekend at home to Leeds. That ended a run of 6 without a victory in all competitions, and a high ball up the outside right channel towards Kai Havertz, and it's the German who commits the foul, and Dortmund have a free kick midway inside their own half of the field. Emre Can Dark hair in the beard, trying to glide forward, but Cucurella makes a good interception, and now Sterling playing it left to João Felix, inside the penalty area, twisting, turning, shooting, and that's good goalkeeping by Meyer, spreading himself at the feet of the young attacker. It goes out of play for a Chelsea corner, but Chelsea have made a lightning-fast start to this game.
He did brilliantly there, Meyer, because goalkeepers often in that situation will absolutely race out. He did. He came out slowly to make sure that João Felix couldn't slip the ball underneath him. It was an excellent piece of goalkeeping.
Oh, Chelsea do look up for this tonight. And Graham Potter waving his arms up into the air, trying to galvanise the crowd. He spoke about that in his pre-match. Chilwell's corner, and Koulibaly met it with a thumping header about 6-7 metres out. He couldn't get it on target. 6.5 minutes gone. It's Chelsea 0, Dortmund 0, and Dortmund ahead 1-0 on aggregate.
Yeah, he was just catching up with it. Kalidou Koulibaly stretching, couldn't get the angle. Just a step slow there, but it was a good delivery into the box. I think Chelsea have started really well, Joe. It's the kind of intensity they needed to show. And what was interesting tactically, one of the features of Dortmund's play has been Emre Can dropping in between the centre-backs to get involved in the build-up. Gave the ball away really cheaply. Cannot afford to do that against this Chelsea team because they do have the attacking talent to spring those traps.
Well, he did say before the game, didn't he, Graham Potter, that Chelsea will need their supporters to make life difficult for Dortmund tonight and promise an exciting game. Koulibaly has been jumping with Allaire and actually accidentally just caught him with his elbow on the back of the neck of the 6'3" striker. It'll be okay to continue. Edin Terzic, the Dortmund coach, in his dark tracksuit and jacket, watches on, his arms folded. Chelsea looking to come forward again. João Felix floats it high through the middle, and Havertz is clear inside the box, and he's hit it wide under pressure from two retreating defenders in yellow shirts. Havertz burst forward, but he couldn't keep the shot down, as I say, under some pressure.
It's a big chance. They work it really, really well. It's a smart ball over the top by João Felix, perfectly weighted in that inside right channel, and it sits up nicely for Havertz. He's just trying to strike it into that top corner, but Emre Can gets back and just nudges him as he shoots, and it just puts him off. It was clever defending from Emre Can.
And not able to keep the ball on target, Kai Havertz, who scored the winner in Chelsea's famous UEFA Champions League triumph in Porto in 2021. Just keeping an eye on João Felix. Has he overstretched a little there? He's limped forward and is now sitting down right in front of Graham Potter, who looks justifiably concerned.
Yeah, his right foot went from under him and he just slipped and he's just tweaked maybe the outside of the ankle, actually. That's a painful one, I think. It would be a real shame for Chelsea because he started ever so well. The movement's good. He seems to be okay. He's running freely now. He's such an imaginative player, Joe. He's able to drop deep. He's able to, as we saw, play that lovely ball to Havertz over the top. He can go for chances himself. He's a real live wire.
And fleet of foot and full of creativity. Chelsea have started much the better of the two sides. Emre Can gets across in front of João Felix, and his touch is heavy. Chelsea throw down by the corner flag on the near side there left, and the Chelsea supporters get to their feet all around the stadium. We're inside the 10th minute, still goalless on the night. Dortmund lead it by 1-0 on aggregate. Remember, a place in the quarter-finals of the UEFA Champions League is at stake. Chelsea, who went on to win their group in the group stages, Dortmund finishing second behind Manchester City. Chilwell with a good cross, and it's a header away from the middle of the penalty area, that by Schlotterbeck. And Jude Bellingham is tripped by Cucurella right in front of the referee. That was a poor tackle, free kick to Dortmund.
OK, well, we have to go to Lisbon, where there have been a plethora of chances in the opening moments. John Bradley.
Yes, we've just seen a free kick bent over the top by Alex Grimaldo, but an astonishing goal line clearance a minute ago. Bjorn Meyer off the line, a wonderful ball in down the left-hand side by Alex Grimaldo across the face of goal, 6 metres out. João Mario tapped the ball past the goalkeeper. Bjorn Meyer came from nowhere. Anything as good as Emre Can's in the first leg of the Dortmund-Chelsea game. Astonishing clearance. Florentino Luis should have scored as well. He shot wide from 8 metres out with the goal at his mercy. Couple of bookings as well for Brugge players. We've had Langbuk and Robin Yaremchuk against his former team, announcing himself back in Lisbon. At the moment, though, Brugge won't mind. We've played 22 minutes. They are hanging in there, and they have just started to show little indications that they might be a threat going forward. But the first thing they've got to do is not concede, and at the moment they are certainly hanging in there by the skin of their teeth. Still goalless in Lisbon.
Thanks, John, and 2-0 on aggregate to Benfica. So at the moment, Benfica and Dortmund going through in the Champions League, but a long way to go in West London. Joe Shannon.
Chelsea 0, Dortmund 0, and you haven't missed anything. 11 minutes into this match. Chelsea, though, have made a fast and frenetic start, and they've had 2 good chances, both of which up to this point have been spurned. Dortmund have struggled to retain possession, but here they come now with Bellingham, midway inside the Chelsea half, towards the right as we look at it, in that long-sleeved yellow and black shirt. A layoff back towards Sula is poorly hit, then Kovacic with an awkward ball, got stuck underneath his feet, 10 metres shy of the halfway line, and now it's Dortmund coming forward themselves on the counter. Emre Can, dead centre, right in the centre of the Chelsea half of the field, nudges it to the right and Wolf, and he plays it back to the halfway line, and the giant Sula once again. Important for Dortmund to ride that early Chelsea storm, and having done so, can they find a foothold in the game on the ball, Kevin Hatchell?
Yeah, just trying to get a feel for it, I think, Joe. Trying to play their way into the contest, get a bit of rhythm. It's been a tough start for them. I think Chelsea have started in exactly the way they would have wanted to, quickly, with intensity, stretching Dortmund and making life tough for them, but Dortmund trying to keep them at arm's length with a bit of possession here.
They don't have a great record in England. They've lost on 6 of their last 7 trips to this country, have Borussia Dortmund. It's UEFA Champions League Matchday Live on UEFA.com and the Champions League app. And hello again to our listeners on Sirius XM FC. Forward by Wolf over the halfway line. Alès, neat little turn. Gio Reyna was herring after it, but Cucurella in the left wing-back position there to slide in and make an important interception for Chelsea. Cucurella back in the team tonight.
But that's where Alès is good, with his back to goal when he can link the play. He's not the kind of guy to run the channels.
Alès pass, trying to thread it upfield towards the run of Marco Reus. Chelsea managed to scramble it away. João Felix with a slightly heavy touch midway inside his own territory, and a handball spotted and given by the referee. A free kick to Dortmund midway inside the Chelsea half, and Bellingham is standing over it, and Niklas Sula is invited to go forward. 6'5", one of the tallest players on the field, and he's immediately headed towards that area occupied by Kalidou Koulibaly. That will be an interesting battle at set plays tonight. They've taken it quickly. Marco Reus, 35 metres out with time to deliver, headed away at the heart of the Chelsea back line by Enzo Fernandez, and now the ball is in the centre circle with Emre Can, who steers the ball on the angle. A clever pass into the feet of Reus. Reverse ball infield to Bellingham, now back out wide to Wolf in a crossing position. High delivery up towards Allaire at the far post. A flicked header clear by Reece James, and a Dortmund throw down by the corner flag. And you do get that sense that they have managed to weather that early Chelsea storm.
Yeah, it's been better from Dortmund. They're trying to create overloads out wide, trying to get Wolf forward on the right-hand side, trying to get Guerreiro forward on the left, and just try and double up with those wide midfielders, try and create overloads.
Great turn by Reyna on the corner of the penalty area, playing it back now to Bellingham. Bellingham 30 metres out, has to go backwards up towards the lip of the centre circle. Sula driving forward, trying to chip a through ball up the middle. Still a ferocious pace to this game as Özcan slides in, initially on Fernandez and then on Sterling. Dortmund hold on to the ball, and cleverly done by Salih Özcan, who is always such a dependable figure in midfield. He and Emre Can have to be careful, because if either player were to be yellow carded tonight, they would potentially miss the first leg of the Champions League quarter-final.
But they are both guys, Joe, that have to play on the line. They will go in for lots of challenges. That's how they operate. They give protection to that back line.
Reus has played it onto Bellingham, midway inside the Chelsea half. That's a good tackle by Reece James, and that's a boost for Chelsea tonight to have him fit. And James is out of position here. Fofana's needs some help on that Chelsea right-hand channel as Dortmund come forward with Reyna. Red boots on, tripped by a retreating James, and a free kick to Dortmund about 25 metres out, very much within shooting range. Quarter of an hour gone in the second leg. Chelsea 0, Dortmund 0. Dortmund lead 1-0 on aggregate.
There was no need to do that, really. He'd shepherded him away from the penalty area into an area where he couldn't really do damage, and just was tempted to have a nibble and just bring Gio Reyna down. It was clever play from the American just to shield the ball. Marco Reus strikes the ball beautifully with his right foot, and this is perfect for him because it's far enough out to get it up and over the wall. He can hit them right-footed. He scored a very similar free kick against Hertha Berlin recently. This is his wheelhouse, this kind of area of the pitch, so this is a dangerous moment for Chelsea.
22 goals in the Champions League across his career for Marco Reus. Rafael Guerreiro is standing over it as well. It's 25 metres out, left of centre as we look at it. 4 men in the Chelsea wall. It's at the Matthew Harding end of the ground, which is packed with supporters in those royal blue shirts. And Danny McKelly, the referee, is trying to exert his authority here because Dortmund feel that João Felix is not the full 10 yards from where he should be. And indeed, the referee's making that point and telling him to step a little further back. There are 3 standing over it. Emre Can is the other of the Dortmund players, but it's Reus to strike it right-footed. What a save by Kepa! Flying across to get a strong right hand to that. It was brilliant technique on the free kick from Reus, and Kepa makes a spectacular save.
Exactly what I was talking about, Joe. That perfect position for Reus. He's able to get it up and over the wall. The one thing he doesn't do is hit it with enough venom, and it's an excellent save by Kepa. Good footwork to get across and make the stop.
Clean hand on that, but they're on the attack again, are Dortmund, and it's Guerreiro winning a corner right in front of the Chelsea supporters. And Kepa, who has been a regular under Graham Potter and possibly helped by some injuries to Eduard Mendy this season. Mendy is currently nursing a broken finger, but Kepa has certainly taken his opportunity in the side, and now Dortmund have their first corner of the night over on the far side there left. It's 0-0 on the night. Süle, Schlotterbeck, Allaire, all obvious aerial targets as the corner's driven into the near post, and Allaire, Wesley Fofana gets the initial header away for Chelsea, and then Chilwell thumps it high and long and deep over the halfway line, and it's all the way through to the Dortmund goalkeeper, Alexander Meyer. He'll clatter it into the dark night sky. Allaire flicks the header, cushions it into the path of Reus, out on the left, gets the return ball from Rafael Guerreiro, level with the edge of the 18-yard box. Enzo Fernandez comes across. It's a much more even game than it was in the early stages, and Dortmund really dominating possession.
Yeah, they're gently moving through the gears now. Guerreiro on the left and Wolf on the right getting far more involved, and what that's doing is trying to stretch James out of position, and then you switch the ball into those inside left and inside right channels.
Here they come again as Havertz is able to hook the ball over his shoulder and out of play for another Dortmund throw, and Nico Schlotterbeck will go across to take it. In fact, he'll leave it for Guerreiro midway inside the Chelsea half as we look at it. Dortmund, remember, looking for their 11th straight win of 2023. They haven't been beaten at all since November, since before the World Cup began, and it's a run that has propelled them to level on points with Bayern at the top of the Bundesliga. They're only behind their rivals for the title on goal difference, and here they are in pole position potentially for a place in the quarter-finals of the UEFA Champions League. A goal to the good on aggregate after the first leg. The winning goal scored by Karim Adeyemi on the night. He can't play this evening due to a muscle problem. Chelsea win a throw just shy of the halfway line, and Wesley Fofana takes it quickly.
There are echoes, Joe, of what happened against Leeds in the Premier League at the weekend. Chelsea started that game ever so well, had some chances, didn't take them. Yes, they won in the end, but it all got ever so nervy as the game progressed. It's incumbent upon Dortmund to try and keep this as tight as they can, just crank up the pressure.
Great fit by Havertz to nudge it onto Sterling midway inside the Dortmund half, but Sterling's layoff inside right channel isn't good enough. It's too close to Süle, and certainly not close enough to Reece James. He's got plenty of pace, but couldn't reach that. One back, though, well by Chelsea. Little flick by Havertz. Fernandez dinks it into the box, but that'll be an easy gather for Alexander Meyer, the goalkeeper.
It's a nice idea from Havertz, just trying to keep it moving, but there was nothing Enzo Fernandez could do with it because the ball was just dropping on the edge of the area. He was under pressure. All he could do was try and shovel that ball forward, and that's why it was easy for the Dortmund goalkeeper. I think from Chelsea's point of view, I'm a little surprised they're not putting more pressure on the goalkeeper when he's got the ball at his feet. Anyone who watched him in that game against Leipzig would know he had some scary moments with the ball at his feet, and when he was put under pressure with that press, he often gave the ball away, and I'm surprised Chelsea are just standing off at this stage with that first line of pressure.
It was a 2-1 victory for Dortmund last weekend as Gio Reyna momentarily there, the American dropping in between the two Dortmund centre-halves. Schlotterbeck wearing number 4, good ball up to the halfway line, and Haller, who held it up neatly. Wolf in support on the near side to right, driving in field. He's 30 metres out, but his pass towards Haller is intercepted by the giant Koulibaly at the heart of the Chelsea central defensive 3. And Koulibaly's neat little touch onto João Felix, showing that explosive pace as he drives over the halfway line. And the referee gives a free kick for a foul by Emre Can, almost on the toes of the referee. He could hardly have been closer to it.
Yeah, it was excellent again from João Felix. He's so well balanced on the ball. He's got that initial surge. He knew Marius Wolf was coming. Just moved inside the pressure from Emre Can and drew the foul. But it was good defending in the first place from Koulibaly. It's made a good start to the game.
It was a commentator's niche little thing, this, but it was a delight to see Felix in the press conference yesterday, which never happens, Kev, does it, this? And you'll share my sympathies with this. Tell us exactly how to pronounce his name. It's not Felix, it is Felix.
João Felix, yes. He started off being called João Felix when he first got to England, and he went, no, I've had enough of this. Stop calling me João Felix.
Well, so they said they call him that. He said they call him that in Spain as well. Only in Portugal. And on this show,
exactly.
Endeavour to get it absolutely right. Little flick by Havertz over the halfway line, and Cucurella there on the cover for Chelsea in front of Marco Reus, and Wolf will roll the ball back to goalkeeper Alexander Meyer. The noise you can hear is predominantly from the Dortmund fans. Goalkeeper under pressure, Meyer, just as you said, Kev, a few moments ago. It was not full pressing from Havertz, but it was more than token pressure, and Meyer did look a little bit uncertain, but he managed to get away with it, fed Süle, and now actually the goalkeeper gets it back again from Emre Can.
It's funny, I was talking to a former Premier League goalkeeper about this very subject recently, about what's the difference when you're a backup goalkeeper and you come in, and he said, basically, you don't train with the first team as much, so you don't have that rhythm, and you don't get used to all those little cues to pick up on, and that's why, especially with the ball at your feet, it can be quite difficult.
Another Dortmund free kick on the halfway line, and now you can sense an increasing frustration in the stands from the Chelsea supporters. That's a relatively familiar theme of late. They've had a lot of frustration in front of goal, in particular Chelsea. Their form in front of the net has not been good. In fact, they haven't scored in 10 of their last 16 matches coming into tonight. And remember, they must score twice tonight to go through, at least once to level the aggregate score. Dortmund a goal to the good on aggregate, and Chelsea now win a free kick midway inside their own half. And dare I say it, halfway through the first half, it's become a little scrappy, the second leg, 0-0.
It's a really good ball from Emre Can there through the centre, though, that found Marco Reus. He only had Wesley Fofana for company. That was a bit of a concern for Chelsea. They just switched off a moment there, and they got away with it.
Reus has switched wings, now playing on the right, and Reina out on the left. Cucurella's ball forward for Chelsea, little touch glancing it forward by João Felix towards the halfway line, and now it's steered into the path of Wesley Fofana. Fofana urged forward, and he threads the ball up to Dortmund territory, and Kai Havertz with his back to goal. Now Enzo Fernandez on the halfway line. Back it goes to Fofana again, his socks rolled halfway down his shins. The ever-tenacious Kovacic is robbed by Bellingham. Kovacic can't get it back, it's reached the feet of Gio Reyna. Lip of the centre circle, forward to Haller. Wolf with a return ball back to Reyna. Wrong side of Kovacic into the penalty area. Can he drag it back across the face of goal? He can! But nobody in yellow and black is there to get the vital touch. Beautifully orchestrated move from Dortmund. Lovely ball across the face of goal. It only needed a tap in, but Haller wasn't there.
He's furious, Gio Reyna, because he did everything right. Because he used his strength. The timing of the run is perfect. Down that inside right channel, he holds off Kovacic. He waits and waits and waits because he's thinking, I've got to give my teammates time and space to get up to that far post. Then he does play the ball in, and as you say, Joe, there's nobody there. He did his bit, his teammates didn't.
Needed a poacher's instinct in front of goal. Of course, it's great to see Sebastian Haller just back on the football field after successfully getting through a treatment for cancer earlier in the season, and understandably maybe still lacking a little bit of sharpness. He's only scored once in a Dortmund shirt. That was relatively recently on the 4th of February, but again, we know how much talent he has in front of goal, and I'm sure it won't be long before he really starts to show it on a consistent basis.
That's it, Joe. Another 15-20 games under his belt. and he's making that far post run and probably getting there for a tap-in. So it does take a while for that match sharpness to come through. He might be fit in terms of the physical side of it, but it's just that match sharpness.
It's the voice of European football expert Kev Hatchard. Dortmund have had 70% of the possession in the game so far, and Chelsea have probably had the better of it in terms of chances, but they've had to put the ball out of play here, Dortmund, because Emre Can is down. I think he might have landed awkwardly, and Can is going to receive some treatment. Chelsea 0, Dortmund 0 on the night. We're 26 minutes into the game, in case you're wondering why. And that's because the kickoff was delayed, but it is Dortmund ultimately who still have... For Dortmund, he's back onto the field, so no need for a second enforced change of the night. Sula has the ball, almost in the right-back position, the centre-half, drills it high upfield, and it's cleared by first Koulibaly and then Cucurella for Chelsea. Koulibaly, 10 metres shy of the halfway line, plays a square pass towards Wesley Fofana. And Fofana now finding Reece James on the opposite side, the Chelsea right. Chelsea fading a little after a frenetic opening to the match, and it has certainly settled down at Stamford Bridge at 0-0.
We've had the opening goal of the night in Lisbon. Your commentator is John Bradley.
That's really nicely done by Benfica, moving the ball downfield, and Gonzalo Ramos now on the left-hand side, on the corner of the penalty area, looking for Rafa Silva, takes the ball down, now tries to get it out from underneath his feet, and scores a quite stunning individual goal. Oh, it's another moment of inspiration from this little dynamo of a midfielder. Fouled by Gonzalo Ramos. He pirouetted inside the penalty area and stabbed the ball home beyond the goalkeeper. No chance at all for Mignolet. Benfica 1, Brugge 0.
And here at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea have gone so close to the opening goal. Reece James with a cross, cleared away by Wolf. Kai Havertz snapshot on his left foot. It hits the post, rolls along the goal line and away to safety. Massive let-off for Dortmund. Still 0-0 in the second leg.
He hits it really well, Joe. He couldn't have done much more. He can't believe that's not got in. Meyer was well beaten, and it cannons off the inside of that post and rolls to safety. And that's the kind of thing that's been happening to Chelsea game in, game out. Those little moments that just won't go their way at the moment. But they've had 3 good chances in the opening 28 minutes. They haven't taken any of them.
And 2 of them have gone to Kai Havertz, who is yet to score since mid-January. 6 goals across all competitions over the course of the season. And Chelsea left frustrated, denied by the woodwork. And somehow it's still goalless in the second leg, and there have been chances at both ends. Rafael Guerreiro looking for Royce down by the dead ball line. Can he reach that? He can't. Right in front of a sea of Chelsea fans. They're only a couple of yards from the edge of the pitch here at Stamford Bridge, but Graham Potter, the Chelsea head coach, standing on the edge of his technical area, hands in pockets. I think despite his team's lack of possession, Kev will be delighted with the quality of chances they've created in the first 29 minutes.
Yeah, he'll just be disappointed they've not been able to take one of them, and he can't do that for them. And that's been the running theme, that they have created chances in games and haven't been able to make best use of them. And that's a confidence thing. Sometimes it's a fortune thing as well. But it has, of course, been a really dry spell for them in front of goal.
Emre Can makes another important interception, and it's a throw that's gone Dortmund's way, about 10-15 metres shy of the halfway line, and it'll be Rafael Guerreiro to take it. Enzo Fernandez not happy with the time that's being taken on the throw. It's hooked long by Royce up towards Allaire. Oh, and Cucurella and Koulibaly hesitated momentarily. Koulibaly able to clear up to the halfway line. No Thiago Silva for Chelsea tonight. He is out injured for some time, we suspect. And Mason Mount suspended, having been booked in the first leg. Havertz fouls Emre Can, and Dortmund get another free kick on the halfway line. They find Schlotterbeck, who drives forward up into the midway point of the Chelsea half. Again, Havertz commits the foul. heels almost connected there. Havertz just sending Schlotterbeck sprawling, and the centre-half is going to stay forward because they might well hoist this into the box.
I know he looks quite willowy, Kai Havertz, but he does get involved in the physical stuff. He does quite enjoy the battle, I think. And I think he's up against a few players who enjoy it as well. Emre Can's having great fun, bashing around and going into challenges. I think he's really enjoyed trying to set that tone in that midfield battle. There's some really good one-on-ones at the moment.
Chelsea have some defending to do. Dortmund have sent plenty forward in yellow and black here. Live on UEFA Champions League Matchday Live. Rafael Guerreiro to take the free kick up to the middle of the penalty area, punched clear double-handed by Kepa, all in bright orange, the Chelsea goalkeeper. And now João Felix launching the counter-attack, a ball up the middle towards Raheem Sterling, but goalkeeper Meyer is out quickly to clear from just outside his own penalty area. Had a good starting position and he read it well, the goalkeeper.
Yeah, it was better. He was decisive, good early call. No confusion there. That will get him going.
Fernandes almost in trouble, facing his own goal and sandwiched in between two yellow shirts momentarily, Özcan and Royce, but it's swept clear high upfield by Reece James for Chelsea, who's now darting into opposition territory. Half tackle by Bellingham. Referee gives another free kick. This one goes to Chelsea, and it is rather a stop-start encounter this at the moment.
Yes, for the earlier challenge, Danny McAuley tried to let the play go because Özcan was all over Reece James there. But Dortmund then lost possession and he tried to let it run, but it was a clear foul, and Reece James rather loudly calling for that free kick.
Very experienced referee Danny McAuley. James with a high early cross from right to left, and he finds Chilwell. First time ball up over the edge of the penalty area. It's a miscued clearance by Sula. Kovacic hits it on the volley, and it's a screamer, but it's over the top.
Just couldn't climb over the top of it. We've seen him score from range in that manner before. But it all starts with what Graham Potter wants, really, which is the two wing-backs linking up. And it was Reece James finding Chilwell. Not the best of clearances. It would have been some goal if it had flown into the top corner. But again, Chelsea being encouraged by the fact that they're in good positions around the penalty area.
Yes, Kovacic with both feet off the ground when he hit that. He's had some injury issues this season, but captains the Chelsea side for a second consecutive game tonight, having done so against Leeds in the Premier League at the weekend. Enzo Fernandez scooping it forward towards Sterling, but the referee signals for another free kick. Danny McAuley, very experienced from the Netherlands, and another foul by Reece James, and on Guerreiro this time.
Yes, Reece James just standing his ground. Guerreiro's trying to play 1-2 with Marco Reus. Marco Reus played it round the corner and then suddenly realised Guerreiro was nowhere to be seen because Reece James had stepped into his path. So, again, a good little scrap that between those two, because you've got that battle on one side and then you've got Chilwell trying to deal with Marius Wolf on the other.
Good spot by Danny McAuley. And I think Dortmund have dealt with the atmosphere and the feverish noise at Stamford Bridge really well so far, at least. But here come Chelsea with Havertz on the halfway line, and James raiding forward on the overlap. That's a poor pass. Overhit towards Sterling. Neither player was on the same wavelength. I think Sterling was just starting to check his run, whereas James played the ball forward at pace into the open space, and frustration for Chelsea as the ball goes out for a throw.
They're all the little bits that aren't quite working for Chelsea under Graham Potter at the moment. That's not to say they won't in the long term. It's like he's trying to build this high-performance car. There are just bits that are falling off the car every so often.
It says that he's seeing a lot of good work in training, and some of that we saw against Leeds, and some of that we've seen tonight here against Dortmund. But as you say, it's not quite clicking just yet. Kukureya's ball up the left-hand channel, the near side. Sterling does well, gets in front of Emre Can. Did brilliantly there, Raheem Sterling, much the smaller of the two players, but great tenacity to win a throw down by the corner flag. Kukureya will come across to take it. The floodlights shimmering up ahead on a chilly West London night. And now Kovacic, level the edge of the 18-yard box. He's played it square in infield to Enzo Fernandez. Backwards it goes to Fofana, about 10 metres into opposition territory. Now Koulibaly with the gloves on, out to Kukureya, the near side. Kovacic with nowhere to go. Dortmund with 11 men back behind the ball, including Sebastian Aller, of course. Whistles from the away supporters. Chelsea had possession with Enzo Fernandez. And a square ball now to Fofana, forward to Havertz, midway into opposition territory. Good feet to João Felix, who goes for goal early. It takes a deflection. That'll go behind for a Chelsea corner.
See, they were really patient there, Chelsea, despite the fact that the Chelsea fans wanted them to get the ball forward more quickly, but they wanted to pick their way through. They did. They created the shooting opportunity. Good defending in the end, but that was good patient build-up from Chelsea.
36 minutes into the second leg, and it's Dortmund who are ahead by a 0-0 on aggregate. 0-0 on the night at Stamford Bridge. Chilwell will take the corner. It'll be a left-footed out-swinging delivery. And Dortmund fans watching on behind that goal to our left-hand side, and they've brought just about everybody back to defend this set piece. Lots of height and aerial ability in both teams. Two arms up into the air from Ben Chilwell. Here's that left-footed out-swinging corner all the way to the edge of the box, and Reina gets there importantly with a good challenge in front of Kovacic, who was about to take a swing at that, but Dortmund have smuggled it away, and Chelsea have to go all the way back to Kepa.
Yeah, Dortmund got away with that because Emre Can missed his header completely, and so it needed a bit of help for him in the end.
Koulibaly is forward, trying to flick it onto Havertz down by the corner of the penalty area. Wolf gets a slight tackle in and then almost careers into the advertising hoardings. Tattoos down his arms. What's the referee saying here? Well, Chelsea thought they had a throw, but it's gone Dortmund's way instead. Chelsea 0, Dortmund 0. 1-0 the Germans lead on aggregate.
Half-time whistle has just gone in Lisbon. It was 1-0 to Benfica on the night, but this happened moments before the whistle.
That's a nice ball move from right to left. João Mario coming in off that left flank. Gonzalo Ramos twists one way, turns the other, round two men, and scores another picture book goal from Benfica. They really are a special side in this UEFA Champions League. It's another goal that you could frame and hang in a gallery. This time scored by Gonzalo Ramos. He goes round two men inside the penalty area and drives past the helpless Mignolet. Benfica 2, Brugge 0.
And it is half-time there now, 4-0 on aggregate. Benfica surely into the quarter-finals of the Champions League. We've had a delay to kick-off in West London to still have a few minutes of Chelsea-Dortmund.
Raheem Sterling is through on goal, and a good save by Meyer. Rebound comes out to Havertz, edge of the penalty area, left-footed curler, placed to perfection. What a goal, but the flag is up. The flag is up for an offside against Raheem Sterling in the build-up, and I have to say, he did look like he was off. Half the ground celebrating here. Graham Potter cannot quite believe it. It did look like it was offside against Sterling. Havertz with the most extraordinary finish in off the bar. He thought he'd put Chelsea into the lead. He may well have done, because VAR will have to check this. It's a very tight offside call against Raheem Sterling. For the moment, still 0-0, but VAR will have a look at it.
It's João Felix again at the heart of everything, because it's a gorgeous curling ball over the top for Sterling. Good save by Meyer. Havertz took his time. We've seen him score that type of goal time and time again, but he does not stand. I think Sterling, because he's leaning. That's it. I think it's probably the shoulder that's seen him ruled offside. He is leaning. That was ever so tight, that call.
Well, it's the right decision, and it's still Chelsea 0, Dortmund 0. 1-0 to Dortmund on aggregate. You have to feel for Kai Havertz, because I tell you what, that was an absolutely sumptuous finish, left-footed, in off the underside of the crossbar.
I was at Wembley to see him score a very similar goal in that 3-3 draw between England and Germany, and he's so good at that. When he gets a second, just makes himself a bit more time and space. He picks out that corner so very well. It was a wonderful finish. And encouraging for Chelsea again, because João Felix, when he drops into those deeper positions, can cause havoc, and he's doing exactly that.
6 minutes of the first half remaining. Chelsea creating plenty. They have a free kick in the left-wing position now. And UEFA Champions League Matchday Live on UEFA.com and the Champions League app. And what can Chelsea do from here? It is midway into the Dortmund half, and Dortmund have brought virtually everybody back. James and Chilwell over the ball, in fact slightly further forward than the midway point of the Dortmund half. And about 5 metres infield, Chilwell hoists in the cross, and it's João Felix denied by the goalkeeper, comes out towards James. Well, what a save by Meyer, who actually made a mistake initially. The goalkeeper who was in no man's land. Koulibaly missed his kick, but João Felix saw his effort turned away. Here he is again, the Atleti Loni trying to cross from the corner of the penalty area. That's blocked off, and now Dortmund can break with Özcan up to the halfway line, tripped by Kovacic, and Chelsea denied by Alexander Meyer. It just won't go in for them in this first half.
Well, the first thing is it's a brilliant ball in, and he starts to come. Because he pulls out of it, Maya, at the last moment, he completely puts off Koulibaly. Because if Koulibaly thinks that ball's going to come to him, he's got to tap it. But he takes his eye off it, actually ends up clearing it for Dortmund, and then on the rebound, the shots charged down, and Maya did recover well. But that's a scary moment for Maya, and he's had a few of those in this first half. It's been a mixed half for him.
A very strange half.
Yes, but that's nerves for you, and that's a lack of experience at this level. The guy was playing in the second tier for Jan Regensburg last season, so it's a great story for him to be playing in a game of this magnitude.
Sula's just been yellow carded for time wasting. A free kick on the halfway line, and Özcan's ball lofted through the middle is a poor one, and Kepa will go across to get it back and take the goal kick.
Classic Jude Bellingham moment there. When that ball was played and went straight out of play, he came across and said, will you just calm down? I mean, this is a 19-year-old shouting at people and basically saying, look, we just need to keep the ball. We just need to take the sting out of this. It's all a little bit too rushed from Dortmund at times. It doesn't need to be. They've got men forward. It's just about picking their way through and being patient.
Well, Chelsea have seen themselves denied by 2 Maya saves. They've hit the post. Havertz has gone close on one other occasion. And of course the goal ruled out correctly for an offside in the builder. João Felix for Havertz into the penalty area. Chilwell wide left, and he slices it wide. On his stronger foot, his left foot coming onto it. Cut across the ball as Sula slid in. Graham Potter applauds the Chelsea intent, and you have to say, in terms of chances created and pace on the attack, it's certainly one of the best first half performances we've seen from a Chelsea team for a long time.
And no surprise again that João Felix starts it, plays it through to Havertz. Nice idea. Havertz is saying to Chilwell, why didn't you just play it back across? I can understand why Chilwell went for it, but he's aware that Zula's coming in on the challenge. He's going to try and make that block, so he rushes the shot, really, cuts across it and slices it horribly wide. But again, good link play. I think Havertz has been great. I think João Felix has been great. It's just missing that final moment, and that's been the case so often recently.
The game has been played in patches, really, by both sides. Chelsea started the half very well. They appear to be finishing it well too. Kovacic pokes the ball up towards the halfway line, and Havertz, who's allowed to drive forward down the outside left channel. 2.5 minutes of the first half remaining. Chelsea 0, Dortmund 0, and 1-0 the German side lead on aggregate. Lovely back heel by Havertz to find Kovacic, bursting towards the edge of the box. Tackles flying in. Chilwell crosses in low, and it's Sterling who misses his kick. Can he get the rebound in here? Sterling hammers it in. No mistake from Chelsea this time. The tie is level, and hope renewed for Graham Potter and Chelsea. An explosive finish from Raheem Sterling, who knows just how to score and how to win matches in the UEFA Champions League. Todd Boehly, the Chelsea owner, leads the celebrations. Chelsea 1, Dortmund 0, and we are level on aggregate.
What an extraordinary goal that was, because Ben Chilwell does brilliantly down the left to fizz that ball into the penalty area. Sterling's there all alone, completely misses his kick. It hits his standing foot and then sits up so beautifully for him. And second time around, well, if he made the mess of the first, he certainly didn't with the second. Lovely little step away from the defender, and then he absolutely hammers that past Maya. But it's great strength in the first place by Kovacic, because he bounces off a couple of challenges, makes sure that that ball goes out to Chilwell. Good cutback, and then he's just able to touch the ball away here from Marco Reus. Sterling gets the break of the ball, and then it sits up for him so nicely on the right foot, and Maya just cannot get his hand up in time to send the ball over the crossbar. It's a goal that has been coming. It's come in unusual circumstances, but in the end, a decisive finish.
And a third goal in the UEFA Champions League this season for Chelsea, for Raheem Sterling, the 27th Champions League goal of his career. And what a prospect we have now in the tie. 1-1 on aggregate. And Chelsea lead by a goal to 0 on the night. And here they come again with Kovacic looking to drive through the middle. It's hacked clear by Emre Can, up and over the halfway line. We're into the final few seconds of normal time at the end of a fantastic and thrilling first half. And stoppage time awaits, but on the balance of play, do Chelsea deserve that, Kevin Hatchard?
Yeah, I think they do, Joe. I think they've played the better football, they've created the better chances. The link play between Havertz and João Felix has been excellent at times. They've moved the ball dangerously. And I think the pressure was building before that goal finally arrived. So, yeah, I think Chelsea's lead is warranted at this stage.
3 added minutes in the first half. Sterling nudges it wide to the right, and Reece James led with the edge of the 18-yard box. A great ball in, and excellent defending by a retreating Emre Can. The Stamford Bridge noise levels crank up again. There are Chelsea fans trying to pat James on the back as he takes a corner. They're that close to the field of play. Corner's taken short. Now Chilwell from the edge of the box shoots. It's blocked. It's come back rather fortunately to James, and he'll get the return from Enzo Fernandez. Pulls it back to Kovacic, edge of the area, to hoist in the cross, and Havertz tried a spectacular, almost scissor kick, and he scoops it high over the bar. But you can really sense a confidence flowing through this Chelsea side now. 1-0 up on the night and 1-1 on aggregate.
Yeah, it feels like Dortmund really need to get to half-time here. It was, again, good patient build-up, played back to Kovacic, nice little curling ball into the penalty area. And because it's behind Havertz, it's really awkward for him. All he can do is try and angle his body and try and hook that ball goalwards. But I think Edin Terzic should be disappointed with the way his team has surrendered possession far too easily at times in this first half. And as Jude Bellingham was saying to his teammates a few moments ago, it's all too rushed. Doesn't need to be as chaotic as this for them.
Dortmund boss has his arms folded, looking a little concerned here. Havertz has lofted the ball up the inside right channel towards Sterling, who's done brilliantly to win it in front of Schlotterbeck, at least initially. No foul by Schlotterbeck as he clips the ball forward on the counter, up towards Allaire. Across comes Koulibaly to hammer it into touch. It's the kind of game where the pace and the energy is such, and a great sense of drama about it now, that you don't really want the first half to come to an end. Here is Guerrero, nudging it forward towards Allaire. Little flick to set up Marco Reus. Outside left channel, plays the ball infield. It could reach Guerrero. Gets in front of Marc Cucurella. 5 metres from the edge of the penalty area. Little touch back from Reina to find Sula. Chelsea pressing high and hard, but Dortmund have got it still with Bellingham through the middle. A brilliant ball. Rafael Guerrero was in. Great tackle by Chilwell, coming across at the last moment. Bellingham picked that pass beautifully, but Chilwell defended it very well.
Guerrero didn't want to take it on his right. If he had confidence on his right foot, he might have been able to equalise there, but he was so determined to try and use his left, got himself in an awkward position and invited that challenge, but it was super work from Bellingham.
A real sense of excitement now as Schlotterbeck drives into the Chelsea half. Bellingham's neat touch again, up to Allaire. Corner of the 18-yard box, faced up by Wesley Fofana. Backwards it goes to Bellingham. We've nearly had the 3 minutes of added time in the first half. Chelsea lead 1-0 on the night. It's 1-1 on aggregate as Bellingham's shot is blocked. And Danny McKelly blows the half-time whistle to cheers from the vast majority at Stamford Bridge. Raheem Sterling with the only goal of the game on the night so far. A minute from the end of normal time in the first half. A ruthless finish high into the net after initially missing his kick. Chelsea missed numerous chances. João Felix denied twice by the excellent Alexander Meyer. Kai Havertz has gone close on 2 occasions, most notably when hitting the post. He's also had a goal ruled out for offside. At the other end, Kepa made a flying save from Marco Reus's free kick, and Gio Reyna's teasing cross right in front of the face of goal evaded everybody. Nobody in a yellow shirt there to tap it in. A fantastic first half in West London, and very much all to play for. Chelsea 1, Dortmund 0 at half-time, and of course, it's now 1-1 on aggregate.
KFC, we still a do it big, big, big. Work hard every day with determination. Anything you set your mind to, you do it big. No underestimate your potential. You a real big deal and you must win.
SPICE in your area. KFC with the taste and the flavor. We are big deals, so that we are hard and we do big things. We no
KFC still a do it big. KFC Big D. Enjoy 3 pieces of delicious chicken, fries and a Pepsi. Because big dreamers need a big deal.
Big thing on my Excel.
Big discount for the civil servant.
Big things at one on my Excel.
On my Excel cause the important.
Big things at one on my Excel.
Government work are you significant.
Nurses, teachers, firemen, police, all civil servants. Big things are happening at Excel Auto Parts. 15% discount on all your Toyota, Nissan, Mitsubishi, Honda, Mazda, Suzuki, and Subaru parts. Excel Auto, your auto parts hub. 95.5 Hagley Park Road, Kingston 10. Telephone 923-2356
or 426-1769. A lost, damaged, or stolen driver's license must be reported to Tax Administration Jamaica. To obtain a substitute driver's license, you must fill out a substitute driver's license application form and pay a fee of $3,000 at the nearest tax office. Applications for substitute driver's licenses will not be approved if applicants' records are found to have outstanding tickets, in addition to endorsements, suspensions, and warrants. For more information, call 876-754-1900. The Island Traffic Authority, an entity for road safety good.
Give a little something. US $1 JD 150 every time you receive a remittance from Lasco Money Transfer to sponsor a social project selected by the Jamaica Social Stock Exchange. Say, I want to donate $1 to the cashier. Donations accepted at these locations: 38.5 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10, 15 Chandos Place, Poppin Square, Kingston 10, and Shop 203 Bay West Shopping Center, 3 St. James Street, Montego Bay.
KFC, we still a do it big, big, big. Work hard every day with determination. Anything you set your mind to, you do it big. No underestimate your potential. You a real big deal and you must win.
SPICE in your area. KFC with the taste and the flavor. We are big deals, so that we are hard and we do big things with no
KFC still a do it big. KFC Big D. Enjoy 3 pieces of delicious chicken, fries, and a Pepsi. Because big dreamers need a big deal.
Omega Radio now presents a health alert. Sponsored by New Budget Supplies, always the best prices, and Bashco, the store that gives you more.
Stay informed and follow advice given by your healthcare provider. Stay informed on the latest developments about COVID-19. Follow advice given by your healthcare provider, your national and local public health authority, or your employer on how to protect yourself and others from COVID-19. National and local authorities will have the most up-to-date information on whether COVID-19 is spreading in your area. They are best placed to advise on what people in your area should be doing to protect themselves.
Omega Radio has just presented a health alert, sponsored by New Budget Supplies, always the best prices, and Bashco, the store that gives you more.
You asked, and now it's here. Betting on your favorite sports and virtual games just got easier with AnyBet's online betting, Jamaica's premier online betting website. Visit us at anybetja.com and sign up to enjoy our exquisite games and betting options at your fingertips. Try our new instant games and global numbers. Plus, enjoy 10% weekly cashback on pre-match and live bets. Terms and conditions apply. Must be 18 years or older to wager. AnyBet, your best bet.
You're listening to live coverage of the UEFA Champions League, sponsored by KFC. It's finger licking good. Edgechem, for people who dream in color. AnyBet, your best bet. At BH Paints, paint it, love it with BH Paints.
Half cleared. It came after Frederick Arsenis hit a shot on the edge of the penalty area, which was deflected just wide off Brandon Michele. So it's been dominance really from the very first whistle from Benfica. They had a goal chalked off for basically a toe being offside for Gonzalo Ramos, a goal scored by João Mario. We've also seen João Mario denied by a brilliant Michele, cleared off the line, and they're in again here, right on the corner of the box. And Alexander Barr has been fouled there. They've got another free kick here. We've had other chances for Florentino Luis, and that all came before they went in front to a wonderful goal by Rafa Silva, receiving the ball inside the penalty area, facing away from goal, but pirouetting and then swiveling and using the outside of his right foot to bend the ball beyond Mignolet. The second goal was equally good. From right to left they went, a ball inside the penalty area from João Mario to Gonzalo Ramos. He dribbled around 2 men and slammed the ball beyond Mignolet. 2-0 up now tonight, 4-0 on aggregate, and they are looking as dominant as they did in the group stage. They have a free kick now on the right corner of the penalty area. Chiquinho and Alex Grimaldo are over this ball. 2 in a defensive wall. and plenty to aim for in the middle as his left-footed shot is driven across goal, and it's headed up and over the top by Gonzalo Ramos. And once again, Brugge survived. There was actually a moment where they were starting to come into the game. Noah Lang was getting some good pace and certainly angles on the ball on that left-hand side. He's now made way, by the way, at half-time for Rafael Onyedika, the Nigerian. So it'll be interesting to see how that changes their approach to the game. But they had a Hans van Aken header that just went wide, and then he had another that was close a little bit later. He had a free kick into the wall as well. But they just weren't able to really get through to Odysseus Vlachodimos in the Benfica goal when they had that good spell. And the problem is that they were conceding chances at the other end as a ball is delivered into the penalty area there, down the left-hand side by Bjorn Meyer, who produced that sensational goal line clearance a little earlier. It's just a fraction too high for Raman Yaremchuk, returning to Lisbon tonight against his former club. We've played nearly 5 minutes at the start of the second half here in the Estadio de Benfica. And once again, it's with Buchanan on that right-hand side, comes across the face of goal. And Rafa Silva was the deepest player there inside his own penalty area. And I would put something on the table and say that when the UEFA technical panel meet at the end of the season, as Buchanan fires a shot which is charged down by Arsenal, they always meet, of course, ahead of the final this year in Istanbul and pick their team of the year. And I will put the cards on the table now, Rob and Kevin, and say that Rafa Silva will be in it. 5 goals in the UEFA Champions League this season, but that's just the smallest part of his contribution to this Benfica side. And now, of course, with Enzo Fernandez moving on, Florentino Luis and Chiquinho making up that midfield too. And it's hardly like he was ever here in the first place, really, because they've just sequestered together so well. And Paul is back with Simon Mignolet inside his own penalty area now, as Brugge look to find any sort of foundation, platform, call it what you will, even a consolation goal, anything to give them a lift. And the first time they've been at this stage of the UEFA Champions League. They've been brave tonight, they've had a go tonight, but they have been vulnerable and they have been punished. It's 2, could easily be 4 or 5 though. Chiquinho at the base of the centre circle moves the ball out towards Alexander Barr, and while Benfica settling into a possession passage of play, Rob, you can come in.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you very much, John.
I'll allow you.
That's really nice of you. Rafa Silva, John is predicting to be in the team of the season at the end of the competition. He's certainly lit up the competition so far for Benfica, Kev.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue against that. I think he's been excellent, not just the goals he scored, but the goals he's made. I think there's been a real leap from him and a real responsibility taken, I think, this season as well. He's really become a leader by example in this team, and he's the perfect kind of guy for a Roger Schmidt side, because they want to be on the front foot, they want to be dynamic, and he's got that skill in tight spaces to be able to do that. And he's really risen to the occasion in the Champions League.
He certainly has. Got the opening goal tonight, and Benfica headed for the last 8 and looking for more goals.
So it's on by Rafa Silva to Gonzalo Ramos, and they'll end up with a throw out on the left-hand side. Of course, this is the year that Rafa Silva retired from international football. He perhaps didn't have quite the same relationship with the national coach as he has with Roger Schmidt, and those two do seem to work so well together. There's such a good understanding. João Mario as well is another who really has benefited from the arrival of Roger Schmidt as well, and the style in which they are playing now. Frederick Arsnes, perhaps even unheralded, a really good piece of recruitment signing him, but he is another key part of that front four that they use. They rotate so well. It's such a fluid four that they have. You'll see Gonzalo Ramos moving out to the left-hand side, to the right-hand side, and Rafa Silva through the middle up front, João Mario through the middle up front. Arsnes goes from left to right or through the middle. It's so clever the way that they play, and I know, Kevin, you're a massive admirer of Roger Schmidt as well, and they really have bought into his philosophy and the project he's put together in Lisbon, and my oh my, they look such a good side. They have the ball on halfway here, and it's Florentino Luis on his right foot, just steps over halfway and plays it out to Alexander Barr, who then moves it towards Rafa Silva. The ball just a little too far ahead of him, and Raman Yaremchuk takes over, but it's soon won back by Florentino Luis, but won back illegally with the use of his hand. We've played 8.5 minutes at the start of the second half. Benfica 2, Brugge 0, 4-0 on aggregate. And at the moment, well, it would take a very brave man to say that Benfica will not be in the last 8 for consecutive seasons for the first time in their history in the UEFA Champions League, or prior to that in the European Cup. We went so close to beating Liverpool last season. They were disappointed with their home performance and then were really brave at Anfield. It was only Liverpool who dug in late on to make sure they advanced to the latter stages. Here's Alex Grimaldo chipping the ball forward to Rafa Silva, takes the ball down and turns on the edge of the box. 3 players around him and eventually crowd him out, but they're so quick to try and win the ball back, and they crowd the man in possession. This time Bjorn Maher's able to get it away downfield, and it's gathered by Florentino Luis, who again just turns and gets them moving. But there's no urgency, there's no rush, there's no need to be, and they seem to then just switch the tempo up when they feel they need to. Alex Grimaldo on the left-hand side goes back towards Nicolas Otamendi, who goes in field to Chiquinho, and then up towards Rafa Silva, and the interchanging is so slick and so sweet, and they're such a good side to watch as well. Wonderful technical ability and really smooth way they play football. They go from centre of the field out to the right to Alexander Barr. Now João Mario takes over. He's about 10 metres from the corner flag, right out on the right-hand touchline, and back once again it goes, and Antonio Silva forward. He can't help the ball on. João Mario will lose out to Silla, and it's smacked away by Kasper Nielsen, and the ball comes up towards halfway. We've played 10.5 minutes of the second half in Lisbon. Benfica lead by 2-0, 4-0 on aggregate. I think they might be going through here.
It looks like it, John, doesn't it? Roger Schmidt's done such an impressive job. A reminder, Chelsea against Dortmund second half is going to get underway shortly. Kick-off delayed by 10 minutes due to the delayed arrival of the team bus in the west of London. Chelsea are out at the tunnel already, and we'll go to Joe Shannon, our match commentator, shortly. But Kevin Hatcher, a quick one on Benfica. John's right, they're basically in the last 8. They'll be in that draw surely now, Benfica. What about the work Roger Schmidt has done there?
He's done a wonderful job, and it's quite interesting because a lot of people look at him and talk about the attacking football that he produces, and he commits so many men to the attack. It's not gung-ho, it's very precise, very controlled. He's an engineer, a qualified engineer. He sees it as stacking the deck in his favour, and they are brilliant to watch.
The players are just making their way out of the tunnel of Borussia Dortmund now in their familiar yellow and black. So a reminder of the situation. Raheem Sterling's first half goal as they score at 1-0 on the night, 1-1 on aggregate. No away goals rule anymore. Second season that's been gone. So the teams just have to be level on aggregate in any way. And we go to extra time and potentially penalties. But let's go back to Lisbon, where there has been another goal, John Bradley.
You left me far too soon, didn't you, Rob? It's 3-0 now to Benfica. It's wonderful as well. They're passing the ball around in midfield, as we say, with such ease, and then all of a sudden it's just like a gun's gone off, because they just find one pass, break through the Brugge side. It comes out to Alex Grimaldo on the left-hand side, looks up, picks a target. Gonzalo Ramos is there, taps home from 6 metres out with his left foot. 2 for him, 3 now for Benfica.
Thanks, John, and we are back underway in West London on Matchday Live. You can listen to us not only on UEFA.com and the Champions League app, but also on SiriusXM FC across North America. 1-1 on aggregate, 1-0 on the night to Chelsea. Kev Hatchard and Joe Shannon are your commentary team.
30 seconds into the second half, and you haven't missed anything. Dortmund in yellow and black, playing from right to left towards the shed end, which is where the visiting supporters are located, in 2 tiers wedged into one corner, and Chelsea from left to right towards the Matthew Harding stand at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea all in royal blue with white socks, no half-time changes. I'll remind you of the 2 sides in full in just a moment. Chelsea 1-0 up on the night, it's 1-1 on aggregate. Lovely turn by Sterling, and he plays it left to Chilwell. Left on edge of the penalty area, Chelsea on the attack straight away. Chilwell's crossed, their appeal for handball. Nothing given. It's Kovacic with a deflected shot from the edge of the penalty area, having spun and turned, and it's gathered by the goalkeeper, Alexander Meyer.
Good start from Chelsea. Intense. Chilwell has been a great outlet on that left-hand side. The cross does hit the hand of Marius Wolf, there's no doubt about that, but I would say his hand's in a natural position. He's just trying to turn, it's not away from his body. So I think the officials have got that one absolutely right.
Kepa is the Chelsea goalkeeper, with Fofana, Koulibaly and Cucurella the defenders, James and Chilwell the wing-backs, Fernandes and Kovacic in midfield, Sterling, Felix and Havertz up front. And for Dortmund, Maier the goalkeeper, Wolf, Süle, Schlotterbeck and Rafael Guerreiro at the back. Chan in the holding midfield role, Reina, Bellingham, Özcan and Royce behind Allaire, and VAR is checking for a possible penalty kick. Paul von Berkel is the video assistant referee, and this is for that potential handball against Marius Wolf after the cross from Ben Chilwell. And he's clearly, the VAR, in communication with the referee. The sign of potential penalty check has been flagged up on the big screen here at Stamford Bridge in blue and white, and the check ongoing, and a sense of nervousness among the crowd here as they wait for the eventual decision. There are players from both sides in close proximity to the referee, Danny McKelly, and what's he going to do here? Is he going to go and check his pitch side monitor? It looks like that's exactly what the referee is now about to do. He walks over to the far side of the field, the west stand at Stamford Bridge, and he's going to watch what we can now see on our monitor in the commentary position, which is a cross from Chilwell that does clip the hand of Wolf. And the question is, as he turns his back on Chilwell, is his hand, is his arm in an unnatural position?
Now, the interesting thing is here, Joe, the second angle we've just seen on our monitors does show the hand a little bit further away. So the first angle, he looks in line and it doesn't look that far away. The second angle, you can see that it is jutting out a little, and that's the angle that Danny McAlee's just seen and has given the penalty.
Well, would you believe it? A penalty kick for Chelsea after a handball by Wolf. VAR advised the referee to check his pitch side monitor, and Danny McAlee says spot kick. And what an opening to the second half here at Stamford Bridge, and what a chance for Chelsea, who have not scored 2 goals in a game in 2023 at all, to score a second tonight and turn this Champions League tie around. There are Dortmund players protesting to the referee, but he's had a good look at that on his pitch side monitor. He won't change the decision of Danny McAlee, and Felix and Reece James heading towards the penalty spot. Maybe one of them will pick up the ball and take on the responsibility. After all the protests, though, it will be a penalty kick, and it's Kai Havertz, the German, who is holding the ball and is going to take this penalty for Chelsea.
Yeah, it's a really tight call. I can see why Marius Wolf would feel like that's gone against him, because his hand isn't that far from his body. But actually, when you see that second angle, it's the angle at which his hand comes out, and that slaps the ball, and that's why Danny McAlee's had a second look and has given that penalty. So it's a tight one. It could go either way, but it's gone Chelsea's way. Big responsibility for Havertz.
In front of the Matthew Harding end, which is packed with Chelsea supporters, all on their feet. It's Havertz against Maier, the goalkeeper. Chelsea 1-0 up on the night, 1-1 on aggregate, and this to give them the overall lead in the tie, with a place in the quarter-finals at stake. Havertz, left-footed, stuttered run-up, hits the post, and Dortmund clear! Remarkable! Havertz with a staggered run-up, and he rolls the ball against the base of the post, and Graham Potter, red-faced, the Chelsea head coach, cannot believe it. It hits the woodwork, it stays out, Dortmund get it away, and what a huge moment in the tie that could prove to be.
He almost got everything right, Joe. The stutter step was there, he sent Maier completely the wrong way, waiting for the goalkeeper to move. He's looked for that bottom corner, and he doesn't miss it by much. But that's the kind of thing that's happening to Chelsea right now. Maier does do a good job of staying above the line. You have to have one foot either on the line or over it. But they're just going to check that again
to make sure that the goalkeeper was on his line, and the referee has signalled that the penalty is going to be retaken. Well, was there some encroachment possibly? We had a look at the goalkeeper's positioning and it seemed to be okay. We will get another look at it on our monitor here, and the penalty is being retaken because of encroachment by, well, there's plenty of players in the penalty area.
It's not Maier, he stays over the line, but there are 2 Dortmund players at the top of the box and a Chelsea player following in, but Yeah, there is clear encroachment in the penalty area. And Kai Havertz maybe with a bit of fortune going his way this time.
Well, is he going to take it again? That's an even bigger question, maybe. But again, the officials have got it absolutely right. 3 players were encroaching. Edin Terzic is having it explained to him by the 4th official, Joachim Kamphaus, on the near-side touchline. And how about this for courage and bravery on a huge stage in the UEFA Champions League? Because Kai Havertz is going to take 2. You don't often see this, Kev.
And is he going to go the same way? Is he going to take it with the same methods? That's the question. Or is he just going to smash it? That's what you'd be tempted to think, that having tried the stutter step and hit the post, is he just going to absolutely smash this ball? But Maya's got to think, does he go the same way? Does he try and delay his dive by a bit longer? Huge pressure.
And feverish excitement among the Chelsea crowd. The first time he went to our right and the goalkeeper's left. What will Havertz do here? Hands on hips, big deep breath, hesitates with the run-up and rolls it into the corner. He went the same way, and so did the goalkeeper. And the German scores against Dortmund, and Chelsea have turned the tie around. Chelsea 2, Dortmund 0 on the night. Chelsea lead 2-1 on aggregate, and what courage, calm and poise from Kai Havertz.
Well, Joe, Chelsea will feel that a lot of fine margins have gone against them this season in games, tight games that they haven't made the most of their opportunities, and it's come back to bite them. But Kai Havertz showed incredible bravery there to take the same penalty in the same way. And Maya, with the same dive, beaten again, and this time it goes in. But Dortmund will look at this, and they've got to pick themselves up now, because they will feel that the penalty was a tight call that's gone against them. The encroachment, obviously, has gone against them, although the argument will be we'll stay out of the penalty area then. And now they've got to pick themselves up, because the way Chelsea have started this half, they've started it strongly, they've been in Dortmund's faces. Dortmund have to find a way of causing this Chelsea back line more problems. They haven't really done it enough so far. They've got to find a way of stretching them out, because they haven't.
Graham Potter couldn't watch the retaken penalty, and of course the cheers and the hug from one of his assistants, Bjorn Hamburg, told him all he needed to know. So it's Chelsea 2, Dortmund 0 on the night, 2-1 Chelsea lead on aggregate, and they have scored twice in a game for the first time since late December. And we are only 9 minutes into the second half, and we feel like we've packed enough drama into this tie to fit into multiple UEFA Champions League encounters. And look, Dortmund will come again. There is still a long way to go.
Feels like extra time already, Joe.
Yeah.
It's been remarkable. This is now about Dortmund's mental strength. They've had a lot of praise in 2023, winning all 10 games, winning some tight games, finding a way to either get the cup win or get the league win. Now they've got to dig deep.
And here they come with Bellingham, corner of the penalty area, beyond 2 in blue. Guerrero pulls it back. Gio Reyna to curl one. That's a great block by Chilwell, heading it away because it was heading towards goal. And Chilwell then hammers it high upfield. Sterling will chase. Goalkeeper's got to come out and get this, and he does. Maya up to the edge of his penalty area, very close to carrying that outside the penalty box, but I think he just readjusted his positioning in time.
Just being the operative word there. He ran out of the box but kept the ball in it, which was the key thing. Was just about managed to keep it in there. But at the other end, that was brilliant defending by Chilwell, because his instinct tells him, I have to retreat now. Instead of going out to the ball, I have to come back, because Gio Reyna's going to try and curl this. I have to be in position to head it clear. Excellent defending.
The tie has really turned on its head now, and Havertz, after hitting the post with the original penalty, the retake, he did exactly the same thing, except this time he kept the ball half a yard closer to the net, and so in it rolled. And you have to admire the confidence and the bravery to go and do that again.
He's been really up for this tonight, Joe, from the get-go. He's been a feature in the game. He's been trying to link up with players like Joao Felix, with Sterling. He's been willing to go into physical battles with Dortmund players. I've been very impressed with his performance so far tonight. It's the kind of performance Chelsea really needed, and given the fact that he's missed a few chances this season, to show that courage was great.
Chelsea fans waving their scarves in the crowd. Havertz with a cross from the dead ball line. It's blocked off at the near post by Sula, and out of play it goes for a throw to Chelsea, down by the corner flag. A lot of journalists on social media at half-time suggesting this has been one of Kai Havertz's best performances for several months, really, maybe of the season in a Chelsea shirt. Dortmund can't really get a foot in and a foot on the ball at the moment. They are struggling to get a grip on the game. They've got to be careful here because a third Chelsea goal could potentially put the tie out of their reach.
For a very brief spell in the first half, Joe, they had a bit of control. They haven't had anything like that since then. They've not really been able to dictate. They've not been able to stretch Chelsea, and you have to give Chelsea immense credit for that. But I do think there's been a lack of precision from Dortmund and a lack of shape at times in attack. They've got to find a way to progress the ball, because at the moment there just doesn't seem to be a plan.
Well, they've got the ball now with Süle. Tall with the white boots on, square to Emre Can, in between the two central defenders, Schlotterbeck to his left, and now Bellingham driving over the halfway line, forward pass into the feet of Haller. Haller lays it out neatly to the far side, the right, and Marius Wolf, who drives in an early cross, headed away by a retreating Fernandez. It's come back to Gio Reyna, edge of the penalty area, quick feet to set up Bellingham. Bellingham onto Özcan. Özcan further wide to the left, and Guerrero, his cross is deflected, and far post. Oh, and what a chance for Bellingham, and he steered it wide from just 6 metres out. A glorious opportunity for Dortmund, but one that they've spurned.
Let's go to Lisbon. Penalty with 20 minutes to go, John Bradley.
History in the making here for João Mario and Benfica. They lead by 3-0. Gonçalo Ramos is on a hat-trick, but João Mario is looking to equal Eusebio's record of scoring in 5 straight UEFA Champions League games. João Mario with his right foot, Simon Mignolet in goal, and he rolls it beyond the goalkeeper, who goes the wrong way. What a night for Benfica, creating more history, and what a night for João Mario. He's equalled a 60-year record and gone level with the immortal Eusebio in scoring in 5 successive UEFA Champions League games. What a night for him, what a night for Benfica. They lead 4-0 against Brugge.
And what a night in West London so far for Chelsea, who lead Dortmund 2-0 on the night, 2-1 on aggregate, but just moments ago, Jude Bellingham, 5-6 metres out, point-blank range, and he really should have scored and drawn the tie level, Kevin Hatchard.
Well, it was much better in the first place from Dortmund. It talked about a lack of rhythm from them. For once, they were able to keep possession, patiently pick their way through. They had numbers in the penalty area. They haven't had that very often so far tonight. Haller makes a nuisance of himself. The ball comes loose. It's just instinctive from Bellingham. He sticks the right instep out, and he just side foots it wide of the post. Massive chance, he knows that, but much more encouraging from Dortmund's point of view that they were patient, they stretched Chelsea, and the chance came. They need to do more of that going forward, get men forward.
4 goals in the UEFA Champions League so far this season for Jude Bellingham, and 10 across all competitions. Much better, though, from the visiting club from Germany. Here is Rafael Guerrero right in front of the 2 dugouts on the near side. Edin Terzic and Graham Potter standing on the edge of their respective technical areas. Bellingham is 30 metres out, and he's dead central here, twisting away towards the left. Good feet by Bellingham. Plays it forward to Guerrero inside the penalty area, trying to play a reverse ball into the feet of Bellingham, but eventually was crowded out by a sea of blue. Chelsea haven't cleared very far, though. Guerrero back out wide to Özcan, infield from the left to find Emre Can, who curls one right-footed, and it's well gathered by Kepa in front of goal.
That was highly ambitious. He did score at the weekend against Leipzig from the edge of the area, so you can see why he'd go for it. But again, much better from Dortmund. Jude Bellingham driving forward, committing players, and they haven't done enough of that so far tonight. But the last 3-4 minutes from Dortmund, much better.
An hour gone, and what a thrilling hour it's been so far on UEFA Champions League Matchday Live, on UEFA.com and the Champions League app. Here they come with Royce. Dortmund is trying to thread it through inside right channel towards Haller from the corner of the penalty area. Bellingham has won it back after a rather slow to react Kai Havertz. And now Süle for Dortmund. The pace of this attack has been halted because Chelsea got so many back behind the ball, and Dortmund are having to be very cute with their passing here. Bellingham's low ball to the edge of the penalty area, steered up high into the dark night sky by Kalidou Koulibaly. The rebound falls to the feet of João Felix, and he is tripped by Reyna, and that will be a free kick to Chelsea in the relative safety of their left wing-back spot.
There comes a point sometimes in games where the top players make a decision and say, right, I've had enough of this. I'm going to take over the game. And that's what Jude Bellingham's trying to do in the last few minutes. He wants the ball, he wants to drive forward, he wants to combine with players. He's had enough of Dortmund being on the back foot and being on the run against all these Chelsea runners. He wants to dictate, and that's what they're trying to do to get back into this game. But the threat is always there on the counter that the likes of Havertz and Sterling and Joao Felix can combine.
I'm just seeing a double replay on our monitor in the commentary position of the first Havertz penalty that hit the post, and then the retake that was rolled into the bottom corner of the net. And that's why Chelsea are 2-0 up on the night, and therefore 2-1 ahead on aggregate. But it's a tie that still feels on a relative knife edge, and Koulibaly under some pressure here, down by his own corner flag. He's given it away rather sloppily to Reina, whose pass infield was retrieved by Cucurella. Chelsea now on the break. Joao Felix over the halfway line, through the legs of Sula, turning away from Özcan. Whip ball cross field, intercepted by Rafael Guerreiro, and what an interception that was on the stretch. Otherwise, Chelsea had two players in blue in on the right. Reece James has whipped it off the toes of Guerreiro, and now Kovacic, the captain, laying it out left to Chilwell. Chilwell, has he got the pace to beat Wolf? Wolf gets in front of him down by the dead ball line, clears out of, I know it stays in play in fact. Özcan's kept it in, hugging that right touch line. Cucurella though wins a throw off Gio Reyna, and it's a much revitalised Chelsea, and maybe with that in mind, Dortmund are thinking about making their second substitution of the night so far, and it's the Englishman, the man who has captured so much of the imagination for the Dortmund supporters so far this season, looks a real star, Jamie Bino-Gittens, who is stripped and ready to come on.
Yeah, and again, I think, Joe, that's just to commit players, because he's very good in tight spaces, running at people, trying to open up spaces for teammates. And I think the pattern of the game is getting set here, Joe. I think what we're getting is Chelsea saying, OK, we're in the position now, you can come at us, that's fine, we'll hit you on the counter. So they'll allow Dortmund to have a bit more of the ball, and they'll back themselves to drive forward. They're going to take off Sally Özcan. That makes a lot of sense, because you can effectively move Marco Reus infield, have him as a kind of floating number 10, and then you can have Bino-Gittens on this left-hand side, presumably doing damage out wide.
Jamie Bino-Gittens, who is a former Chelsea youth team player, an England under-19 international, has signed a new contract until 2025 in August, and he's straight onto the field of play. And here come Dortmund on the attack with Reina, pulling it back to Wolf, angle tight in the area, good save by Kepa to deny a fierce strike across goal. They've still kept it alive here, Dortmund, and well, they did for a moment. Bellingham has lunged in and committed a foul, but certainly Kepa had to be alert, and his reactions were good to parry away that shot on the angle from Marius Wolf, who still seeks his first UEFA Champions League goal.
Yeah, Dortmund are very good at that, those little 1-2s between the winger and the fullback, and they got him into a good position there. He hits it firmly, the right idea to strike it, can hit a ball very, very well, Marius Wolf. It was a good reaction stop by Kepa, because not only does he get his hands to it, he pushes it a long way, and that's the difference.
Absolutely, rather than back out into the middle of the penalty area. Kepa has been yellow carded here for taking too much time over this Chelsea free kick inside their own penalty area. And Kepa, who of course arrived with such a hefty price tag at Chelsea and was frozen out of the side really when Edouard Mendy arrived in the team, and Mendy was the goalkeeper for Chelsea's Champions League triumph under Thomas Tuchel in 2021, but Kepa's taken his chance under Potter, and thanks maybe in part to a couple of injuries for Mendy. But it's the Chelsea fans you can hear who are cheering loudly here, and Chelsea are also going to bring on Conor Gallagher very shortly. It'll be interesting to see what Graham Potter's thinking is with that. As Rafael Guerreiro slides in, and Chelsea win a throw midway into opposition territory. I have to say, from a Dortmund perspective, Kevin Hatchard, it doesn't feel like they've played well enough across the course of the game so far.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, Joe. I think we've seen the real Dortmund in the last few minutes, much more proactive, getting men higher up the pitch.
Kovacic can't thread it through to Sterling on the edge of the penalty area for Chelsea, but it's given straight back to Enzo Fernandez. A sloppy clearance from Nico Schlotterbeck, and then Bellingham retreating to make a tackle on his England teammate James. And Are Chelsea going to make this change now? The referee appears to signal towards the near side touchline, and might it be João Felix coming off? It looks like it is. So Chelsea, maybe understandably at this point, taking off a forward and bringing on a slightly more defensively minded central midfield player. We'll see exactly how they revert tactically in just a few moments, but it is João Felix off and Conor Gallagher on, and well, they really felt the impact of Felix in that first half, didn't they?
I think he's been the best player on the pitch. I think he's been imaginative. I think he's found really useful pockets of space. He's linked the play exceptionally well. He's right up there with Havertz in terms of performance. I think he's played very, very well tonight.
Havertz has just gone for goal from miles out, a bouncing ball edge of the penalty area. It's one of those where if he caught it perfectly with his left foot, it may have flown in the top corner. At least that's what he was hoping for, but in the end, a long way wide of goal. Midway through the second half, Chelsea 2, Dortmund 0, and Chelsea in front 2-1 on aggregate. So the tie has been turned on its head, and Kevin looks...
Top of the hour to you and yours. You're listening to Omega Radio, the station of the stars. Don't go anywhere. Call a friend, tell a friend. Thank you so much for listening. I am Archbishop John Wayne Manning, a.k.a. Wayne Jonathan Manning I. It's good to have you right here on Omega Radio. Tell a friend, call a friend, tell everybody.
Premier League this season, 11 points off the UEFA Champions League spots in England. Dortmund very much in a tussle in the Bundesliga title race with Bayern München, and you have to say that Chelsea's performance particularly impressive because of the run that Dortmund have been on. 10 straight wins in 2023 coming into tonight, but it looks as though they may well be heading to defeat unless something changes.
Well, Dortmund, even in this run, are the type of team that give you chances, and if you take those chances, then you can do real damage to them, and they've got away with it in a few games. They've played very well in 2023, no question about that. I don't think we've seen anywhere near their best level so far, but you have to give Chelsea credit for that. Chelsea played with intensity, played on the front foot, and their forwards have done real damage in this game, but it's not over yet.
Still just over 20 minutes to go, and of course a Dortmund goal would bring the tie level on aggregate, so the nerves will be jangling for Chelsea supporters, and Dortmund fans will still very much believe. It's 2-1 to Chelsea on aggregate and 2-0 to the Premier League club on the night. Guerrero on the far side right corner of the penalty area, couldn't set up Marco Reus. Cucurella with the dark curly hair is back, and he slices his left-footed clearance out of play for a Dortmund throw.
Let's go to Lisbon. There's been another goal, John Bradley.
Yes, Roger Schmidt has taken off a number of his big guns and brought on some young players with the tie seemingly over and cruising through, and it's one of those young guns, João Neves, at 18 years old, who has provided the assist for David Neres to fire home with his right foot from just inside the penalty area. Fine finish by him. It was initially chalked out for offside, but a VAR check saw that it was good to go, and they now have 5, Benfica, and they are fun to watch, and they are devastating when they go forward.
Guerrero's cross headed away by Koulibaly from the middle of the penalty area. It's come out to Emre Can. It's a good spell of Dortmund possession, this. And now Wolf, level with the edge of the penalty area on the far side, the right. Chelsea have brought everybody back in royal blue to defend. The Dortmund goal would level the tie on aggregate. Forward by Emre Can, up to the edge of the penalty area. Cucurella steers it away for Chelsea. The loose ball retrieved by Kovacic. Great industry to burst past 2 yellow shirts. Sterling back to Havertz in the centre circle, and now he plays it forward to James. James has got space to dart into. On the near side, the Chelsea right, he holds it up slightly, teases it back to Havertz, who's urged to shoot from 25 metres out. Havertz, safety first, Chelsea with a cautious approach, but now Gallagher, right-hand edge of the penalty area, Sterling waiting in the middle for the cross. Now Schlotterbeck came across and made the challenge, and in the end, well, it looked like it might have been a double deflection at first, but I think Chelsea have been awarded the corner.
And again, this is Chelsea allowing Dortmund to have the ball in certain areas and then being prepared to spring that counter-attack. And again, Havertz with a very smart ball out to that right-hand side. They do have such individual quality, Chelsea, but they have been much more cohesive, both in attack and defence tonight. It's been a big step forward for them, but the job's not done yet.
It was a Chilwell set play. against Leeds in the Premier League at the weekend that was headed in by Wesley Fofana for the only goal, and it's Chilwell to take the corner from the near side, a left-footed in-swinger, and Fofana among those forward again. Chilwell hoists it in high, headed away, comes out to Kovacic, nods it back into the penalty area, climbing to head clear is Bellingham, flicked further forward by Wolf, but the loose ball retrieved by Enzo Fernandez. Enzo Fernandez darting down the left-hand side, Cucurella's deflected cross swept away by Niklas Süle, and I think once he spotted here, the referee, was there an offside in the build-up? Certainly Dortmund have got it back.
Wonder if we might see Daniel Marlon at some stage for Dortmund. He's not long back from an injury. He's not been in the best of form, but what he has is blinding pace. And he has the ability to be direct, and he has the ability to really run at people. I feel that's what they need at the moment. Just somebody dynamic who can open Chelsea up a bit. But they've got numbers forward here, Joe.
When he was fit, Marlon, he certainly showed last season what he can do in terms of scoring goals in the UEFA Champions League. Dortmund have it with Bellingham midway inside the Chelsea half and dead centre. Reina to the right of centre now, and Niklas Süle who strikes it, and it's wide. 2 or 3 metres wide from Niklas Süle, who doesn't score too many. A Champions League winner with Bayern München in 2020, but it opened up for him and he thought, well, why not? And it was actually pretty well struck.
He's technically a really good player and he can strike the ball exceptionally well. It's interesting, in the last 3-4 minutes he's had 2 runs like that down that inside right channel as the extra man. They're trying to create an overload, and when he moves out of that position, Emre Can drops in so that he can guard against the Chelsea counter-attack, and they're just trying to give Chelsea a few different problems to think about.
I have to admire the Dortmund fans. As always, the noise has been unrelenting, and there's a drum beneath above a big tifo in the away section. It's just a complete mass of yellow and black shirts away to the left, and Graham Potter and his assistant Billy Reid turn back towards the Chelsea dugout. I wonder whether Chelsea are thinking about more substitutions of the Dortmund players on the field. Every single one of them has scored at least one so far this season, bar, of course, the goalkeeper Meyer, but it's Havertz at the other end for Chelsea. Left-hand edge of the penalty area is Sterling, low ball in, and it's deflected behind. Chelsea have a corner. There are 16 minutes left. Chelsea 2, Dortmund 0 on the night. Chelsea 2 on ahead on aggregate.
And again, that comes from Kai Havertz in between the lines, Joe. Really calm, really composed, opening up space, stepping away from Emre Can. He really has been excellent tonight.
And it's still poised in the sense that a Dortmund goal, of course, would draw the tie level and maybe send us to extra time, but a Chelsea third on the night here might well finish it off. Chilwell's corner, and it's come off Emre Can and reached the edge of the penalty area, and Bino Gittins sweeps it away up towards the halfway line. It's quickly picked up by Reece James, who shuffles the ball square into the feet of Cucurella, and a sweeping pass by Enzo Fernandez out to the Chelsea left, and Ben Chilwell, forward by Cucurella, up towards the halfway line, and Kovacic now. Hugging that touchline on the left is Havertz. His ball nudged in field is intercepted by Bellingham for Dortmund, and Dortmund trying to commit men further forward to the attack now, with 15 minutes left. Bino Gittins trying to show us his electric pace, but he's caught out. Kovacic through to Sterling. Flag has stayed down. Gallagher is square. Sterling clear. Gallagher to put it in! He has! But the celebrations are cut short by the expected offside flag.
Well, Sterling did brilliantly initially. It's just whether he's been able to hold his run. It's ever so tight. I think he has probably gone a little early, but it was really great work from Kovacic. I think he's been great in that midfield area. He's got through mountains of work. Smart from Sterling to wait for Gallagher to get up with him. But the goal does not stand. But it shows you the danger, doesn't it, Joe? Because they're having to push Dortmund, they're having to play a high line, and Chelsea have the speed and the ingenuity to catch them out.
And with every minute that goes by, Chelsea get close to the UEFA Champions League quarter-finals here on UEFA Champions League Matchday Live. Hello to our listeners in North America on Sirius XM FC. As Schlotterbeck chips the ball to the left, and Wolf, he's down by the corner flag, and Wolf crosses, stumped away by Koulibaly high into the sky, and Dortmund are going to make another substitution here. Chelsea 2, Dortmund 0, and it's 2-1 to Chelsea on aggregate. Let's get a quick update from Lisbon. Final 2 minutes there, and there has been another goal, John.
Yeah, it might be the goal of the night as well. Scored by Bjorn Meyer for Brugge. Left side of the penalty area, outside of his left foot. absolutely canned one into the top corner, bending in just off the inside of bar and post. Brilliant finish, nothing but a consolation on what's been a real hammering for Brugge tonight. Benfica have run right. It's Benfica 5, Brugge 1, but a great goal for them.
And 7-1 on aggregate. 1 goal in it at the moment in West London, Joe Shannon.
Chelsea lead 2-1 on aggregate against Dortmund, who just brought on Daniel Marlin in place of Sebastian Haller, and that's not a surprising change. Here is Guerrero, hacked down by Enzo Fernandez. 30 metres out left of centre. That's a yellow card and a free kick to the visitors.
He's been given the runaround a little at times, Enzo Fernandez, tonight, and he really lunged in on Guerrero there. It was a good run from the left back. And as we said, Joe, I think Marlon just gives you that dynamism, he gives you that pace, and it's just a bit of a different look. Haller not quite able to manage 90 minutes at this stage, that's understandable, and it just gives them a threat in behind.
Marco Reus standing over this free kick. It's quite a long way out, probably not too far out for a shot, but you'd imagine they'll play this in, although that said, Reus looks like he could be sizing it up. 30 metres out, Guerrero it is instead to deliver, high up to the edge of the penalty area. Schlotterbeck was jumping, it's hooked clear over his shoulder and away from danger by Mateo Kovacic for Chelsea. And Chelsea now have a throw in their left wing-back position, and they'll certainly take their time with this.
Captain's job from Kovacic tonight. He's played with real energy, he's played with real quality on the ball as well at times. And we've just seen the replay of the offside. Wow, that is about as close as it can be. And it shows the value of the technology, doesn't it? These semi-automated offsides, it shows you how accurate they are, because, you know, there's got to be a demarcation between onside and offside. Well, there it is.
It was not much. It was the correct decision, of course, but what probably maybe the couple of toes put Raheem Sterling offside. So Conor Gallagher's eventual tap-in doesn't count, as Fofana turns and plays the ball back to Kepa, the Chelsea goalkeeper, clad all in orange. It's Reece James in possession in the right wing-back position, steered forward by Enzo Fernandez, the World Cup winner, who was really impressive actually in the group stages, of course, at his former side, Benfica. Here's a chance for Bino Gittins, edge of the D, quick feet away from 2 in blue. Kovacic steps in, no nonsense, and says, I'll have that. Hacks it out of play. Gallagher's gone down, he's hurt. Might be an overstretch on the glute muscle maybe, or maybe on a hamstring here for Conor Gallagher.
Well, Gio Reyna's in the referee's ear because he's saying that he was blocked off by Conor Gallagher. There was a bit of a collision between them, and the referee wagged his finger at Gio Reyna and said, no, there wasn't enough there for a free kick, and that's why I let play continue. And Bino Gittins just ended up going down a bit of a blind alley there.
Kai Havertz getting some instructions from Graham Potter. He's a man who enjoys this competition. 10 minutes left. Chelsea 2, Dortmund 0. Chelsea 2 ahead on aggregate.
Full time in Portugal, we have our first team in the quarterfinals, John Bradley.
There's not many who will want to face Benfica in the last 8. They're through to the Champions League quarterfinals for successive seasons for the first time in their history. They've run riot once again this evening. 5 goals tonight, could have been many, many more against the Brugge side, who never gave up the fight and got a consolation late on. But my oh my, Benfica look good again this season. Benfica 5, Brugge 1. It's 7-1 on aggregate.
Bino Gittins down by the dead ball line. He's dribbled it out of play. Fleet of foot, but not skillful enough at that moment in a congested area, and Chelsea are going to react to that well. Isn't this a story? Christian Pulisic, formerly of Dortmund, is going to take to the field against his old side, and it's a first appearance since early January for him. He's had a knee injury to deal with, and you get the sense with Pulisic, Kev, and I know you've seen a heck of a lot of him over the years, that it hasn't quite worked out at Chelsea for him overall.
He's been desperately unlucky with injury, Joe. Every time he's looked as though he's having a really good spell, he has injury problems. That's not his fault, of course, that's just really bad luck. I do think there is an excellent player in there, and I think he is somebody that can still be effective for Chelsea.
Forward by Enzo Fernandez, up the middle to Sterling. Great control, takes it away from Emre Can, held up though by the retreating Dortmund back line, and Sterling, as he looked to drive clear on goal, had to hold up possession. He's got it back though by the feet of Chilwell. The referee though has given Dortmund a free kick, and play continues with the team in yellow and black in possession. Now it's with the feet of Schlotterbeck out to the left, and Guerrero. Pulisic ready to come on. It may well be Sterling who comes off as James slides in. Still with the tie on a knife edge. The momentum is obviously with Chelsea with their advantage on the night, but a goal for Dortmund would change the complexion of the tie entirely and maybe send us to extra time. It's going to be a double substitution for Chelsea because Ruben Loftus-Cheek is also ready to come on. And Kovacic, the captain, heads off the field. I think he's given the armband to Kepa. And it is Sterling replaced by Pulisic, as we thought.
Well, Sterling's affected the game, no question about that. Obviously, that opening goal was fantastic in the way it was taken in the end, even though there was a bit of fortune just before that. And Pulisic will just give them a little bit of quality on the counter, I imagine. Be interesting to see, actually, whether they just drop Havertz in a little bit deeper. They've moved Pulisic out to the left a little, so it's a front two with Pulisic and Havertz now.
£57 million, the fee paid by Chelsea for Pulisic in 2019, as James makes a good interception in front of Daniel Marlin. James will clear upfield and over the halfway line, and Havertz will hair after it, but very quick on the uptake was Emre Can to scamper across and send it back to his goalkeeper.
They're asking Emre Can to get through a lot of work to deal with this counter-attack because they've got to commit men forwards, and he's firefighting all over the place at the moment.
There are only 7 minutes to go. Loftus-Cheek's first touch, a heavy one. No foul by Sula. Dortmund now breaking up to the halfway line, and they've got it with Bellingham, who scampers infield away from the challenge of Conor Gallagher. Can he get beyond Enzo Fernandez? He was caught by Enzo Fernandez. Referee allows play to continue. Bellingham wanted a free kick. I'm not sure.
Well, Dortmund still had the ball.
Well, exactly. And I think he felt that there wasn't an advantage, but there was, because Dortmund had possession. And they still have it now with Bino Gittins, who's blocked off by Wesley Fofana. Chelsea seem to have found a formula anyway in the last couple of games that could well see them improve in the Premier League before the end of the season. A couple of balls on the pitch, and the referees just had to get rid of one of them. Dortmund have it with Rafael Guerrero playing it back to the halfway line. Chelsea 2, Dortmund 0. And Dortmund trail 2-1 on aggregate over the course of the tie. So they must score in the next 6 minutes or they'll be out of the UEFA Champions League. Here is Nico Schlotterbeck, tall and slender, steering the ball infield. 30 metres out is Reina. Lots of blue shirts in front of him, and he's giving it away to one of them, Loftus-Cheek. Loftus-Cheek's pass over the halfway line, and nowhere near Gallagher, but in fact the referee has pulled it back for an earlier foul and a free kick to Dortmund.
Yeah, Dortmund got away with one there because Gio Reyna just gave the ball away so cheaply, and I do think Conor Gallagher just caught him. It was the right decision from the referee, but I do feel that's where they've missed Julian Brandt tonight. He was injured so early on in the game, and in those little areas where he can just pop off little 1-2s, just get people moving, they've really missed his ingenuity and technical quality tonight. That's been a big drawback, I think, for Dortmund tonight.
Yes, it was less than 5 minutes when Brandt was taken off. Free kick, 27 metres out, left of centre, 2 over it, Guerrero to curl it in high to the far post, missed by Fofana. Chilwell let it run across his body as well, but Chilwell is eventually there to hammer it high upfield. You can tell that by the cheers of the Chelsea supporters, but there's still 5 minutes of normal time to go.
That was a really strange set play because it was designed for Guerrero to flick it to the far post. There were no Dortmund players at the far post. So much so, Chelsea players were getting in each other's way to get the ball away. That was extraordinary.
Bino Gittins has been wrestled to the ground by Reece James. Another free kick to Dortmund. Left wing position right on this near side touchline, almost in front of the Chelsea dugout. They were both tangling, and the younger of the two Englishmen went to ground, the 18-year-old Jamie Bino Gittins. It's Dortmund enjoying a lot of possession now. Chelsea's hitting very deep. Ball aimed up the middle towards Marlon, who let it run through his legs, attempted a dummy, steered upfield by Fofana. Chelsea supporters getting increasingly nervous here because their side, maybe understandably content to sit on the lead, but that's a risky ploy potentially against this Dortmund team.
Well, I think the plan is to draw Dortmund in and hit them on the counter and finish the game off, but obviously then, as you say, Joe, you're inviting pressure, you're giving them an opportunity. But Dortmund have just lacked that precision, especially in those tight areas where they like to operate around the penalty area. And I can understand why they would just bring a bit more energy on now, making another substitution. Zakaria, that makes a lot of sense to me.
And Enzo Fernandez not happy about something.
Well, Dortmund's telling him to get off the field. That's what it is.
A little too long.
Dortmund are lining up saying, OK, get off. You're the one being taken off. So he's taking every possible second, understandably. But that's what the flashpoint was.
Here's the Juventus loanee then, Denis Zakaria, who scored on his Chelsea debut in the UEFA Champions League against Dinamo Zagreb in November, one of Graham Potter's first games at the helm. And is Graham Potter about to take Chelsea into UEFA Champions League quarter-final, maybe? Edin Terzic's Dortmund will have something to say about that, but they are running out of time. 2-1 down on aggregate, and there are only 2.5 minutes of normal time to go. They play it up the middle towards Reina, a couple of metres from the edge of the D, swerves away from Gallagher, steers it left to Bino Gittins, who had to race across to keep it in play, faced up by Cucurella. Chelsea working very hard off the ball, so the question is, can they keep their concentration? If they get an attempt at a break, can they use it effectively? Sula's deep ball into the box, James stretched to try and head it away. It's dropped for Gio Reyna, right in front of the Dortmund fans. His delivery is headed away by James again. No great quality on that cross, and Reyna had a long time to think about it.
I think he struggled. I think he's found it difficult, Gio Reyna. Just all those... And look, we shouldn't forget, this is a guy who's had a lot of injury issues, so it's taken him a long time to get back to the sharpness that we know from him, and I think just little lack of precision here and there has cost him a bit.
Marlon driving infield dangerously, up to the edge of the penalty area, lays it backwards to Emre Can, 30 yards from goal right of centre. It's almost attack v defence here. Chelsea sitting very deep, crossing by Wolf, up go the heads, Bellingham looping over the top onto the roof of the net. 90 seconds to go, Chelsea 2-1 ahead on aggregate.
Yeah, really tough one for him. He gets up well. Strong header, he just can't climb above it. He's just trying to help that into the top corner over the top of Kepa. It's a really difficult header because you've got to try and generate all the pace on it as well.
Chelsea fans with their hands clasped together as if in prayer, and some of them are cheering now. It's most certainly their last realistic opportunity to win a trophy this season. Dortmund, of course, still very much in the Bundesliga title race, but having led after the first leg, will be so disappointed if they are to go out here in 90 minutes in the second. Schlotterbeck over the halfway line with the pass for Rafael Guerreiro into the final minutes of normal time. Good interception by Zakaria, stretching, and now Havertz over halfway through to Christian Pulisic. It wasn't the best of balls. Pulisic will hold it up though. Right wing position for Chelsea, and then drives infield, a good change of pace, touches slightly heavy but manages to poke it back to Zakaria. And now it's taken forward by Loftus-Cheek, little back heel to Cucurella, steers it wide first time to the left, and Ben Chilwell. And Chilwell trying to escape the attentions of Marco Reus, and Loftus-Cheek takes over. Gallagher back to Chilwell, low cross into the penalty area, intercepted by Sula, sends it all the way back to his goalkeeper who clears. We've nearly reached the end of the 90 minutes of normal time. Pulisic is through on goal, Pulisic rolls it wide, but I think the flag was up anyway. It was.
Yeah, I think Dortmund certainly hoped he was offside. Whether they knew or not, I don't know, but 6 additional minutes, and it does give Dortmund an opportunity. But again, I've talked about precision a lot tonight. I do think that's been what's been lacking from Dortmund this evening. They've got to find it now.
They have 6 minutes to save their UEFA Champions League campaign. Schlotterbeck forward to Bino Gittins, who's given it away to Havertz on the halfway line, and this is where Chelsea are dangerous. Zakaria breaking down the right-hand channel, Pulisic in the middle, leaves it. Well, he didn't really leave it, it was hit too hard, he couldn't really control it. Havertz controls down by the dead ball line. He's kept it in play by the corner flag, and maybe Chelsea are still on the attack. Dortmund, well, the ball for them is exactly where they don't want it, deep inside their own half and in Chelsea's possession. Wolf tugged back by Chilwell. That'll be a Dortmund free kick, and then Wolf shoves Chilwell, and players from both sides getting involved. It's a shoving match between the two players. Wolf and Chilwell almost head-to-head there, shouting and shoving at each other, and the referee, Danny McAlee, is going to calm this down, and I think it's going to be yellow cards apiece.
That's really naive from Wolf. Chilwell set the trap and he walked straight into it, because what he's doing is he's just keeping that ball, taking a few extra seconds, and he's just saying to Wolf, OK, if you want it, you come get it. And all Wolf needs to do is just wait, let the referee do his job, but he pushes him, and that whole thing has wiped about a minute off the clock.
And got the Chelsea fans even more ferocious than they were before. Long ball forward up towards Schlotterbeck, who was climbing all over the back of Wesley Fofana there. It was a very clumsy leap, but it's ended up in the gloves of Kepa. And there are 4 minutes of the 6 to go. Chelsea 2, Dortmund 0. Chelsea 2-1 up on aggregate. Graham Potter trying to cajole his players and the crowd. The Chelsea boss is standing on the edge of his technical area, and the crowd are all on their feet as Kepa thumps it long to nobody in blue, all the way back to his opposite number, Meyer, and Dortmund can build again.
Yeah, it's kind of unforgivable in that situation to just bang the ball away like that. But I think also Dortmund a few seconds ago just hitting it long to Schlotterbeck. Just keep the ball, just combine, just try and find a way through.
We have seen dramatic late goals in the Champions League at Stamford Bridge before. Bellingham's cross gathered by Kepa, too close to the goalkeeper, but quite well handled because it was flashed at him. Now Bellingham, is there some discomfort on the stretch, maybe the groin area there? Wincing a bit is Jude Bellingham. Already got that strapping all over his knee.
He's just trying to whip that in, Joe, and what he's done, I think he's just tweaked the outside of the hip as he's tried to swing that ball across. But he will feel that maybe he could have come back in on his right and got a different angle on the cross, and that's his favoured foot, maybe get a better cross in there. I think it's worth bearing in mind, this is a Dortmund group that has a lot of players that have been at the club a while, but under Edin Terzic, it's a unit that's coming together, and it feels like it is on the start of a journey, and they've just played with a bit of naivety at times tonight. Just haven't dealt with the big moments well.
Pulisic has escaped the defender down the right-hand side. Gallagher's made a run into the middle. He was calling for it. We are halfway through the 6th added, and Pulisic is carrying it to the corner flag, and Emre Can has dispossessed him, and Pulisic just didn't show the vision there to spot Gallagher's run. In-field, right through the middle, and completely unchallenged. And Dortmund have got it back, and they've got 2.5 minutes to score the goal that would send this tie into extra time. Otherwise, they're heading out, and it'll be Chelsea into the last 8. Long by Wolf, hoisted high up the middle. Up goes Bellingham, he wins the header, but it's gone away from goal. Put it back towards the edge of the Chelsea penalty area. Fofana miscues his clearance. Bellingham jumping, nervy defending from Chelsea. Zakaria's given it away. It's come back to Bino Gittins. Corner of the box, deflected cross, smuggled away, hit by Guerrero. Now that took a deflection. That'll be a Dortmund corner right in front of the away fans. Royce has gone down, and he is struggling to get up here as they prepare to take the corner.
Marco Royce was saying that he was caught there, but doesn't seem to be a case to answer.
And the goalkeeper's come forward, Alexander Meyer. Is there to be very late drama here? Guerrero's delivery into the near post. It's come to the edge of the penalty area. Emre Can, 30 metres out, plays it square to Gio Reyna. 90 seconds to go. The cross in towards Wolf. Marlon, back to Wolf, deflected and gathered by Kepa. Well, there were a couple of appeals for handball inside the penalty area there, and it ended up coming off Marlon, back to Wolf, his shot. Well, the deflection took all of the sting out of it, off Fofana. What a block that was, and Kepa able to gather, and Chelsea heading through as it stands.
Typifies the effort that there's been from Chelsea. They have really worked hard tonight, and that block from Fofana was excellent and very important.
Minute to go, Havertz for Chelsea. Midway into the Dortmund half, lays it left to Chilwell, onto Loftus-Cheek. Chilwell was blocked off by Wolf there, and he has got to be careful. It's a free kick to Chelsea, corner of the penalty box, and Dortmund not happy with Ben Chilwell, and Bellingham getting involved on his with his England teammate and saying, come on, get up. But the ball is exactly where Chelsea would want it, deep into stoppage time.
Yeah, and again, Wolf really naive there, because what he's done is he knows Chilwell's coming and he's just decided to launch into him. And it's really silly, because what he's done is he's again wiped another minute off the clock, and Chilwell's the one smiling because he's in control of that situation. So again, it's just about being streetwise. Now, I feel like Chelsea's experience has been really important actually tonight, because those little moments they've been the bosses of. And they've set traps for Dortmund at times, and Dortmund have just wandered into them.
And Stamford Bridge singing and swaying on its feet. We've had the 6 minutes of added time. Cucurella has been booked, by the way. Not sure why. There is a free kick for Chelsea, just a couple of metres from the corner of the penalty area. All eyes on the referee. Chelsea have it deep down by the corner flag, and Dortmund have to get the ball forward now. Bellingham has it, but he's deep inside his own half. He's lost out. Dortmund have got a free kick for a foul by Chilwell, but time is very nearly up. We're into added time on added time. Bellingham drives it long, chested down by James on the halfway line. Chelsea have got it back, heading through 2 on an aggregate. He's played it through towards Pulisic. Pulisic on the edge of the box has held it up, plays it left to Loftus-Cheek. All eyes on the referee. The Chelsea fans are baying for the final whistle here. They must just be seconds away. Pulisic holds on to possession, tries to prod it down the Dortmund left-hand side, and the referee has signalled for a throw and a yellow card now for Bellingham for an earlier challenge on James. 7 minutes of added time have been played. 2-0 Chelsea on the night, 2-1 to Chelsea on aggregate, and they're probably just about there.
Yeah, and I think the truth is, Joe, that they've been the better team over the 2 legs. I think that's fair to say. They've created the vast majority of the chances. I think they've played with real effort tonight, real intensity. They've been smart when they've needed to be. Their individual quality in attack has made a difference. Joao Felix and Kai Havertz particularly good in attack. Kovacic excellent too.
And that is the final whistle. Chelsea have done it on a defining night. In the Graham Potter era so far, Chelsea have turned the tie around and they are heading into the quarter-finals of the UEFA Champions League. A goal down after the first leg, a remarkable recovery in Stamford Bridge in the second, and Chelsea go through. Dortmund unhappy at the end of the evening. They exit the competition at the round of 16 stage, but all credit to Chelsea for a great recovery in the second leg. And what a story for Graham Potter, who was brought in early in the season to take over from the former Dortmund coach Thomas Tuchel. And Potter, the ex-Brighton boss, has led Chelsea into the last 8 of the biggest club competition in European football. And now in the stands in West London, the celebrations begin. 2-0 on the night, good enough for Chelsea. Sterling just before half-time with a crucial opener, and then Havertz in the second half with a twice taken penalty to get the crucial goal that has enabled Chelsea to progress. Full time on the night, Chelsea 2, Dortmund 0.
Live coverage of the UEFA Champions League was sponsored by KFC, it's finger licking good. Edgechem, for people who dream in colour. Any bet, your best bet. Add BH Paints, paint it, love it with BH Paints.
Welcome to the multi-award winning scoreboard on Omega Radio. Get ready for top-class sports discussions.
Welcome to the scoreboard on a Tuesday. I know it's track scenes. We'll get right to it, though. We have our special guest online, Davian Nugent, just pushing away football for just a short while. And just a short while, I know you have Champions League on tomorrow. Davian Nugent, special good day to you.
Good day to you, Sean Grant, and good day to the listeners as well.
I'll get right to it. Now, I know you don't have a lot of time, though, so I'm just going to get right to it. In terms of the Corporate Era Championship and the Central Championship that happened on the week, let's look at the Central Championship first and foremost as quickly as you can. Let's hear what your thoughts were on the Central Championship. Guess what? Heidel are the champions.
Yeah, Heidel are the champions. Edwin Allen on the day announced as the champion. Scoring error detected late in the day in the girls' class 2 100 meters hurdles, where Jodian Daly, who finished third, was placed fifth. That error was discovered, and Heidel, having lost the championship, or announced to have been lost the championship by 1.5 points, the next day were announced as winners by half a point at Central Champs. And that, Sean Grant, is indicative of what I'm expecting to see championship proper. A close battle between Heidel and Edwin Allen. Another team that was also there and thereabouts was Homewood. Homewood really surprised me at Central Championship. Well, surprised me in how well they performed, how close they were able to get to the Big Two for a long period of time. Homewood actually was at the top of the table. Their sprinting, hurdling, been a little bit low in the last few years, coming back. Saw Ricky and Russell running a record in the prelims, coming back for the finals, 51-73, defeating Mackinac. We've been talking about those 51s for a few weeks now, happening. I think that's the first time in history we've had two schoolgirls in the same race going 51 seconds, got that at Central Championship. And I think now the champ's record of Sunita Sutherland.
51-13?
Yeah, the champ's record of Sunita Sutherland, 51-13, that may very well be in jeopardy coming from the youngster, Ricky Ann Russell, 51-73 on the day. She may be eyeing that Class 1 record.
No, don't leave out Mackinac, though. Mackinac can be eyeing the record also. She ran 51-9.
She can be eyeing the record as well. I thought she did well. She led probably for 350 meters of the 400 meters, but Russell catching her in the home stretch. You think about the kind of weight or a number of events that Mackinac did, and she must have been tired coming into Central Championship. After her performance at the Gibson Relays, yes, and then coming back, running the 4 hurdles, then prelims for the 400, and then running the 400. She must have been tired. So she'll tell you that, hey, I may very well be able to get a little closer in the final analysis. So that's one I'm definitely looking forward to.
What about the sprints, though? 100 meters. Class 1 girls.
100 meters. It was a battle between Edwin Allen and Heidel. This time, it was Heidel that came out on top with Alana Reid defeating Serena Cole. Didn't like how Serena Cole looked. She looked disinterested for me, but you got to give it to Alana Reid. She was explosive, she was fast, and she got the job done. Kudos to her. 11:39 on the day to take the win at Central Championship and set herself up for a big run at the Class 1 title in a couple of weeks.
What do you mean by she didn't look interested, though? At the start of the race, during the race, after the race, when?
She just didn't look as if she was interested from start. I mean, everybody is talking about at 80 meters she shut it off and let up. But I'm looking at her.
At 80 meters she shut it off and do what?
I gave up, basically. She stopped running.
Yeah.
Stopped pressing. But right through the race, it just did not look like the Serena Cole that I knew, or the Serena Cole that I know that is capable of putting down fast times.
Mm-hmm.
She just looked disinterested for my money.
Well, she placed third in her pet event, the long jump, and finishing second in that 100 meters. I thought, though, because she realized that Reed had gone, that's why she stopped, basically, giving her effort. But nevertheless, it's still a quality athlete, this young lady. Still think she's a bit too heavy. Still think she needs to lose some weight. But all in all, though, that's Serena Cole. Alana Reid, outstanding first-year Class 1 sprinter. Tell me, anything else caught your eye on the day?
I mean, there were a couple of performances that actually caught my eye on the day. But I think those probably were the best. Javon Blair in the boys Class 1 100 looked impressive in prelims. Came back for the finals, won the finals. I'm just thinking in Central Camp, what else would have caught my eye?
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, Class 2 hurdles, the same Class 2 hurdles.
Yeah.
That we spoke about, where the mistake was made, where Kirika Miko ran 13.16. Second year Class 2, Miko second year Class 2. But first year Class 1, Binga, 13.16 was right there with her. Binga, of course,
first year Class 1?
Class 2.
Oh, okay.
First year Class 2. She'll not be at Champs. Transferred from St. Jago to Heidel. Class 3 champion at 100 and the hurdles. However, not eligible for Champs. She first year 2 managing to get down to 13-1. I was very, very impressed, both with Miko and Binger.
Yeah. And the much mentioned about Abigail Campbell moving from Ferncourt to Heidel, she won't be able to compete at Champs either.
Right, which sets the analysis up proper for us, Sean, because even though Heidel got the nod on the day, they used a few folks who are not eligible for Champs. We're talking about the likes of Campbell and Binger and St. John, who won't be able to compete at Champs, but Coach Bennett, he's going to find replacements for those athletes. But the question is, will those athletes bring the kind of quality points that a Campbell, a Binger, and a St. John will bring? And then you look at the other end of the spectrum with Edwin Allen, where they did not use Terlong in Class 3. Will she be fit and ready for Champs? Will she be able to pull the points? So it is interesting to see what's going to happen on that perspective, Sean Grant.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting on the cards, though. And the last thing on the boys' side, you mentioned before about Javon Blair running 10.40, or 10.4, pardon me, in the preliminaries, coming back to run 10.6 in the final.
Kennedy, the line of Kennedy of Edwin Allen, got right down to the number that I said I wanted to see him at Central Championship.
What number is that?
46.5. He ran 46.6 on the weekend. And considering the conditions, I'll definitely accept that 46.6. It says to me that he's going to set himself up to run 45 at Champs.
Why not run 44?
That is possible, Sean.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like a big number, but it is possible.
I mean, the aim at one point was around 45 seconds at Champs, and a few persons did it before it went under 44. About 6 or so people did it before it went under 45 seconds, pardon me, to 44. Why not aim for that 44?
It is possible. 45.4 last year at World Under 20s. Looking at him, he's quietly putting together a fantastic season. He's hitting the numbers. He's where he wants to be. So if he goes 44 at Champs, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, time will tell